Consent versus sex trafficking, party lifestyle versus felony, rapper versus criminal boss. Two competing narratives were presented to the jury before they began deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex crimes trial. We are breaking down the highlights of the prosecution and the defense closing arguments as we await the highly anticipated verdict in a trial followed around the world. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. At the time of this recording, the jury in Sean Diddy Combs' criminal trial is about to be handed over the case, believe it or not. Wow. They're ultimately going to determine whether or not Diddy is guilty of 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Let me also just say, I know my voice is off. I had a wedding this weekend. I know I go to a wedding before deliberations, potential verdict this week. I know I kind of lost my voice. Anyway, what's happening? So aside from jury instructions, the actual law that they will follow in this case that was explained to them by the judge, the last thing that they heard in this case were closing arguments. And I say this all the time, how important closing arguments are. The last attempt by each side to persuade the jury as to whether or not a defendant is guilty or not guilty, right? The last attempt to summarize all the evidence and testimony in a case in a compelling narrative. It's the last chance to convince the jurors. But here, in a complicated case like this, with so many charges and so many elements, closing arguments in this case were especially important. Think about the amount of testimony and the amount of evidence that the jurors were presented and have to comb through. How did they make sense of it all? And we heard from both the prosecution and the defense. And I have to believe that as the jurors go back to deliberate Diddy's fate, they will not only consider all that was presented to them over the course of a nearly 7-week trial, but also the closing arguments. They may be guided by what the prosecution and the defense argued about the evidence and testimony. So we figured it's probably good to highlight some of the major key points from both the prosecution and the defense's closing arguments, maybe even wins by the prosecution and the defense in their closing arguments. And I say we, because I'm not doing this alone. I want to bring on somebody who was there for every day of testimony in this case, and she was certainly there for the closing argument, somebody who knows the ins and outs of this case. Law and Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, or as everybody online likes to call her now, Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth is here for everybody. Elizabeth, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Jesse.
So I'm going to start with the prosecution, and then we'll talk about the defense, and then we'll talk about the rebuttal prosecution closing. First up, we had AUSA, Assistant United States Attorney Christy Slavic, delivered the prosecution's closing argument. And what stood out to me, and I thought this was critical, is Slavic said that at the heart of sex trafficking, right, the heart of the sex trafficking counts, and also by extension the racketeering conspiracy, because remember, that whole charge is built upon the idea that Sean Combs operated a criminal enterprise that was built upon a pattern of abuse of women. And one of the underlying predicate crimes of this criminal association, this criminal enterprise, is sex trafficking. So sex trafficking is the heart of it. She said something very critical. She said, quote, "We're not asking you to find that every single freak off or every single hotel night was sex trafficking. Cassie and Jane both have long relationships with the defendant that have ups and downs. They both told you that they were willing to try freak offs at the beginning and were open to possibly doing them again. And even though they both repeatedly testified about not wanting to have freak offs, there may have been some instances where the elements of sex trafficking aren't met. But to convict the defendant of sex trafficking, you do not need to find that all of the freak-offs or even the majority of the freak-offs that he had with Cassie or Jane were the product of force, fraud, or coercion. As I expect the judge will instruct you, you only need to find that the elements of sex trafficking are met on one occasion during the period charged in the indictment. By the way, you know how there's no cameras allowed in the courtroom? There's no recording devices allowed. It's frustrating to say the least, because how great would it?
My bad, y'all. I was on mute. I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. I was on mute the whole time and didn't realize it. And what I was saying was, how are they going? The jury going to find sex trafficking in this man when everything was consensual between Diddy, Cassie, and the prostitutes, or whoever Jane Doe is. So how are they going to find sex trafficking? Like I said, only thing they may be able to charge him with is transporting, prostitutes across state lines and engaging in and paying for sexual activity. If they, charge him with that. But I don't see sex trafficking because what we heard coming out of all the testimonies was consensual, consensual, consensual. I mean, nobody was held against their will. No one was forced to do no sexual activities or none of that. So
have been to have something like Claude Nopin in the courtroom with us, right? This tiny wearable AI-powered device completely changes the game. So I wear mine as a wristband. You can also clip it on, pin, maybe hang it like a necklace. I'll tell you what, during law school, early in my legal career, I really could have used something like this. Even now, as a host, it's a total cheat code, whether it's meetings, interviews, quick brainstorms. The Nopin catches everything. It transcribes in 112 languages. It automatically tags speakers, and it drops everything into this clean to find that one time. That was important, right? To a commercial sex act, that doesn't mean that she consented every time. You only need to find that one of these hotel nights, freak offs, right, meets the elements of sex trafficking.
yeah,
So Elizabeth,
I don't
she
know.
really doubled down on that. That was her getting in front of the times when it appeared that Jane and Cassie consented, but also clarifying what this case is about, right? You just need to find that one time. That was important, right?
There's no one time.
Yeah, that was definitely really important, Jesse. And it was something that was surprising to me because if you think back to just the summary witnesses and the flight summary charts, according to the government, there are several alleged instances of sex trafficking. But again, to your point, Jesse, Christy Slavic really kind of telling the jury you really only need to find one instance of sex trafficking to find the defendant guilty. But as it pertains to Jane, Christy Slavic really kind of took it piece by piece by piece, kind of really laying out the different stages of how this turned out to be kind of alleged sex trafficking. And so the first stage was the drugs, the outfits, putting pornography on together. The second stage being the fantasy talk. And that was the fantasy talk as it comes to Sean Combs fantasizing about Jane doing things with other men in front of him. And so Christy Slavic even said during her closing argument that Jane thought it was going to be just this one-time thing, that it was going to be the first hotel night, that would be it. But then it just kind of set forth their entire relationship, and that within a few months of just doing these hotel nights, she wanted them to stop. But even the third stage she had pointed out was using payments of Jane's rent as leverage. And so there were just several instances of sex trafficking that they particularly talked about. And again, that being the prosecution, where they point to specific instances such as the sobriety party that happened in October of 2023, where Jane tried to go do a hotel night without using drugs, and then she ended up throwing up between escort number 2 and escort number 3. And then, of course, one of the big things that the prosecution really talked about was a clear point of sex trafficking in their eyes was what had happened on June 18th, June 19th of 2024. So just last year, or it's just been a year now, but in terms of when Sean Combs was over at Jane's residence, there was a physical altercation, and then she was allegedly forced to do a hotel night at her home with another escort. And this was after she was beaten, after she was kicked and dragged, and other instances. And so as far as it comes to count 4, those were just the big points that the prosecution alleged were sex trafficking. Obviously, there was a lot more that they wanted to talk about. But in terms of just even kind of the sexually explicit videos of the hotel night / the freak offs, the Wild King nights, whatever you want to call them, I remember there was a point kind of as we were wrapping up the case overall that the defense was really kind of showing the jury these sexually explicit videos. However, the prosecution is saying that,
yeah, man, this is nothing but a control freak that made some freaky freak off pornos, man. Some Diddy pornos with some Diddy baby with some Diddy oil. and they trying to turn this into sex trap. They making it, yo, tell you the truth, man, federal government making it more than what it is, bro. Like I'ma always say this. This is not a federal case, man. This is a state case at best. A goddamn a domestic freakazoid, freak off, freaky deaky porno freaking case. A freaky deaky case, man. With a bunch of people that was in a bunch of testimonies of people that was involved with the shit, a bunch of goddamn prostitutes. You know what I mean? Saying they got paid to have sex with Cassie and Jane Doe. Then you got a bunch of lying ass assistants talking about Diddy kidnapped them and wanted to, kidnap them, held them for gun at gunpoint, threatened to take their life, and then you went back and asked for a job. All this shit is, man, like you said, Kim, I'll be glad when this damn case is over, man. They better come with a verdict today. I feel like they shouldn't even take that long to even decide on this whack ass case. Y'all let me know in the chat. It shouldn't take them long to deliberate this goddamn verdict. It shouldn't take them this long. Yeah, find the man guilty or not guilty, man. Let's move the hell on from this damn case. I'll be glad when they, come with the verdict. Hopefully they come with a verdict today, man. Hopefully they won't be in there all week and shit trying to come up with a verdict. Nah, man, get that shit done and over with today. Today, few hours. 5 hours at the most. You know what I'm saying? Get this verdict done and over with, man.
Jane might have been on this liquid Molly, and or slash MDMA that
Who
was
cares
kind of
about liquid
liquefied,
Molly?
or it was
So what?
mixed in with
Everybody
water, and
was
then it
doing
was
that
like
shit.
kind of
So what?
squirted into her mouth, and that's why she may have sounded
Right.
enthusiastic,
So
or it
what?
might have
She took
appeared
it. She
that she
wanted
was
to take it.
consensual in
So
these
what?
particular sexually explicit videos. But again, the government kind of pointing out that this was a clear instance of Jane being under the influence of drugs, and maybe that's why she appeared to be consenting or enthusiastic as far as just her demeanor on these sexually explicit videos that, of course, we in the gallery didn't see. Only the jury has seen it, and the parties and the witness and the defendant, of course, did.
And there was a number of text messages from Jane where she is showing her reluctance to engaging in this, whether she was upset, she was jealous, whether she was upset how she was being treated. It was clear from messages that she took issue with these nights. And look, with Cassie, if you talk about whether or not there are clear-cut examples more than any others of sex trafficking, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel attack video, right? Because she claims that she was leaving a freak off. Maybe it hadn't been completed, but then there was a sex worker in the room. She's being dragged back in the direction of the room. I think that can hit and check a lot of the elements of sex trafficking. Also checking a lot of the sex trafficking elements are the allegation when she was on an airplane with Sean Combs. He sits next to her, shows her sex tapes. She feels he threatens to release them. That's a form of a threat, form of intimidation. There's a travel component. They land. He demands a freak off. He gets a freak off. That also checks a lot of the boxes. And by the way, they also use forensic psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes' explanations, right, throughout the closing argument to explain some of the behavior of Jane and Cassie.
Like we said yesterday on the live stream, man, Cassie she a goddamn gangster. She was threatening to kill the boy for saying he was gonna leak the sex tape. She was threatening to unalive him, saying she slit his throat, stab him, shoot him, whatever. She'd get him knocked off. And Cassie wasn't innocent, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, she got $30 million. What more the hell do she need? Like, she's well compensated for that shit that happened at that hotel. And like I always say, you should have went to the police, man. She should have took her ass to the police. Like we said, her and Diddy was beating each other up. They were swinging on each other, punching each other in the lip and the eye, and he'd say something to her and she'd go off on him and start swinging on him, and he'd slap her back on some Ike and see in the back of the limo type shit, bro. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, exactly, Richard. This case is cockeyed as hell, bro. This case is bullcrap. Like we said, it's a bunch of dumbass distractions. It shouldn't even take them long to deliberate this damn case, bro. Few hours at best, man. 4 or 5 hours at best, man, and get this shit over with. Like, is the nigga guilty or not? Like we said, they can't charge him with. If they get this nigga life based off the testimonies and the evidence that been presented, bro, then somebody definitely made a move on this nigga. They want this nigga in jail. 1,000%, bro. Cause them testimonies is weak as hell. It didn't prove sex trafficking. It didn't prove. It definitely damn sure didn't prove RICO. They didn't prove RICO, bro. He didn't use any company funds to fund none of that shit. He used personal credit cards and shit to pay for hotel rooms and whatever else, prostitutes, and the nigga used his own bread. He didn't use company fund. He didn't use Bad Boy Enterprise funds for that, man. And if it's RICO, he shouldn't be the only nigga going down. It should be the rest of them people that was assisting him and setting up them hotel rooms, free calls, getting drugs. You know what I mean? Getting the drugs, the out. You know what I mean? The whole shebang, the whole setup. Yeah, you know they gonna come with a Diddy movie. Y'all know when this is over, Lifetime gonna spark up a Diddy movie. That shit gonna be corny. They gonna get some corny ass nigga to play Diddy. And Cassie is gonna be corny as shit. You know, Lifetime probably gonna be the first ones to jump on that dumb ass shit. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue with the sidebar, long crime shit. Let's continue.
Right? That was very strategic.
Yeah, and I think it made a lot of sense because Dr. Donhue's testimony, kind of similar to Cassie's, was so early on in the case that I think it was a good reminder for the jury to hear, why didn't she leave? Well, it's because Dr. Donhue's testified that, of course, a lot of abuse victims don't necessarily leave their partners right away because they want to go back to remembering the times where everything was good and they were in love, and that a lot of victims normally do that. I think that's the big question is why don't these victims leave? And I think Dr. Donhue's did a great job explaining. I think Christy Slavic.
Yeah, because the prosecution asked, was she still in love with Diddy? She said she loved what they used to be. All right, then, if it was all bad, why you love what y'all used to be? Why would she say it? If it was all bad, why would she say that shit? They said you still in love with Diddy? She said I love what we used to be. Hey, bitch, you still in love with that nigga? I ain't trying to hear it. Yeah, good morning, everybody that just came up in the room. I need y'all to double tap the screen, man. Yeah, I mean, to like this video, please share this live stream if you can. Double tap. Right, right. It was that bread, bro. It was that lifestyle, and it was that bread. She missed that shit, bro. And she was still in love with the nigga. Come on, bro. She was still in love with the nigga Diddy, bro. Yeah, good morning, everybody that just came up in here. Please double tap the screen, like this video. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, but the juror, but they asked her, was she still in love with Diddy? She gonna say, I love what we used to be and shit. Like, then it wasn't all bad then, Cassie. If you love what it used to be. I'm telling you, bro, all them testimonies just didn't add up. Them testimonies was weak as hell. If they get this nigga life, now he might get. Now I can see him getting some time out of this shit. For the scratch off guns that was found, little bit of cocaine that was found. It ain't a crime for the baby oil, so they can't charge that nigga with the baby oil. So that ain't a crime. But maybe if they was trying to charge him with the transporting prostitutes and get cross state lines and engaging in sexual activity for pay or whatever. All right, but to get this nigga life, if they get this nigga life based off that weak ass evidence, bro, then it's somebody in high positions want this nigga in jail, possibly dead, possibly on some Epstein shit, bro. I'm just calling it what it is, bro.
also did a great job and really kind of sprinkling in little pieces here and there of Dr. John Hughes' testimony in terms of why these women didn't leave, why they continue to stay, why they felt obligated to do these kind of sexually explicit acts, these sexual acts during these freak offs or hotel nights and that sort. But I think it was really great that she really went back to the forensic psychologist and really kind of put together maybe just the pieces or the parts that maybe people were kind of wondering in their head as in terms of why. And so she did a great job really kind of sprinkling in here and there why that may have happened.
Going to the racketeering conspiracy charge, arguably the most complex charge, the top charge, carries life in prison. When you heard Prosecutor Slavic talking about this and why they believe they have proven that there is in fact a criminal enterprise, this association of Combs' inner circle,
there's
that
no
they all
criminal
had to serve the common purpose.
There's no RICO here unless you charging the rest of the motherfuckers that helped this nigga set up the freak offs, man. If the freak offs is a crime, then those people that helped assist him, including Cassie, she need to be handcuffed side by side with the nigga going, you know what I mean? The Jane Doe, arresting the people that helped these niggas set the freak offs up. If it's a RICO, then people from Bad Boy Enterprises that help assist this nigga should be getting locked the hell up too. Have y'all ever heard of a one-man RICO besides R. Kelly? R. Kelly was like the first one-man RICO. You know what I mean? But like I said, he didn't use no Bad Boy Enterprise funds. They didn't even raid the Bad Boy Enterprise. They ain't even raid the Bad Boy offices. The office. No books, no paperwork, no files, no anything. They ain't raid that office at all. They just raid this nigga homes. You know what I mean? And that's it. Why they ain't raid none of his downtown office? Why? Right? Who blew up? Man, Kid Cudi blew up his own. I think that nigga blew up his own shit, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I think Kid Cudi blew his own shit up, bro. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, cause they ain't find no evidence of this buckwheat chin nigga here right on the screen. They ain't find no evidence of buckwheat chin blowing up no damn Kid Cudi card. No fingerprints on no bottle, no cocktail. You know what I mean? They said he was a cocktail, a cocktail bomb or whatever. No fingerprints, no evidence that he sent anybody or none of that shit. Shit, how we know Cassie ain't blow that shit up, bro? Cassie crazy as hell. Y'all heard that audio, yo. Cassie crazy as hell. How we know Kid Cudi didn't have some chicks at the crib when Cassie walked up in there? And she decided, because that, you know what I mean, on some goddamn, what's the movie with Whitney and Waiting to Exhale? How we know Cassie ain't blow Kid Cudi car on some Waiting to Exhale type shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Yeah, they use a Molotov cocktail. Yeah. How we know Cassie ain't do that shit? Because Cassie was talking some big crazy gangster shit to the dude that was saying he was gonna leak her sex tape. She said, I would get you unalive. I would stab you, slit your throat. I would get you unalive. She said, I would kill you and have him kill you too. Like, damn, double? How you gonna double kill a nigga? She was talking like she was mafioso in that audio. I'm gonna play that shit again during this live stream too, so y'all can get it. For y'all that probably didn't hear it, a lot of y'all probably heard it, but just to recollect y'all memory, Cassie was on some gangster shit, bro. She was on some mafioso talking shit, like she can get a nigga whacked. You know what I mean? And what she probably could. Like I said, Cassie like one of the manipulating ass chicks that get a nigga in some beef. You see what I'm saying? Remember, you know how they be in the hood when them chicks be mouthing off and shit to a nigga, saying that I'm gonna go get my brother, I'm gonna go get my uncles, and like, hey, you get niggas and shit in this and for what? That's what Cassie remind me of. One of them manipulating ass chicks that be getting niggas and all types of stuff. What up, Medusa? that said Diddy for prison. Yeah, you got a lot of people that's gonna say Diddy should be locked up. You got half of the people saying free Diddy, half of the people saying, put him in jail for life. Like I said, that weak ass evidence ain't warranted this nigga doing life in jail, bro. I don't think life is even warranted out of that weak ass evidence and testimony. Nah.
Which was to protect him, to serve him. That they all agreed to commit underlying predicate crimes like drug distribution, kidnapping, bribery, arson. What stood out to you as some of the best arguments for why, in fact, there was an enterprise, why there was a criminal agreement?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it kind of stood out to me. And the way that the government was really kind of explaining how they've kind of met their case in terms of all the predicate acts, including drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, bribery, sex trafficking, forced labor, witness tampering, interstate transportation for prostitution. I feel like each and every single point of those predicate acts, they really kind of explain why the defendant might be found guilty on these. But I think the ones that kind of stood out to me was obviously drug distribution. And I say drug distribution mainly because every single witness who had testified in terms of the assistants, in terms of Jane, in terms of Cassie, they really kind of talked about drugs, and you're kind of thinking to yourself, okay, these are low amounts of drugs if you kind of think about it, but it doesn't matter. According to the prosecution, they say that drug distribution counts as delivering, passing on drugs as distribution, and they say it's a special ingredient for freak-offs. And some of the participants of kind of the alleged drug distribution were people like D-Rock, people like KK.
Man, that's the lifestyle of Hollywood. Drugs, sex, cocaine. Drugs, sex, murder. That's Hollywood lifestyle shit right there. Like you think Diddy the only nigga doing cocaine and freak offs and shit? This niggas right now just woke up from a freak off in Hollywood. There's some niggas that probably woke up, some women, some chicks woke up this morning from a goddamn freak off. Hangover, high as hell, doing lines and shit. That's the lifestyle of rich and famous, ain't it? Ain't that's the Hollywood lifestyle? Cocaine, sex, freak offs, parties, murder if they got to. Like we said, man, I ain't gonna let niggas scapegoat off this Diddy shit, man. There's people in higher places that's doing way darker shit than Diddy doing, bro. Like let's not lose our focus here and act like Diddy is the only nigga when we know some higher up ass niggas up there doing some dark shit. You know what I mean? That Epstein, we gonna say it again. What's up with that real Epstein list? Not that fake ass Epstein list they try to give us a few months back. Nah, where's the Epstein list, the real Epstein list? World leaders on there, major CEOs of corporations, judges, lawyers, doctors. Like, where's the real Epstein list? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Trump was on that Epstein list. Shit, he was on that joint. The Clintons was definitely on that goddamn Epstein list. But like we said, they even small potatoes compared to the real people. Like, come on now. But they want us to focus on this buckwheat chin ass nigga Diddy. Like, come on, man. We know this nigga a scumbag. We know he an industry scumbag. You know what I mean? But other than that, the shit they trying to charge this nigga for, nah, it's some bigger people they need. Like I said yesterday, where the F is Mike Jeffries at? How did sex trafficking Mike Jeffries make his shit disappear? Y'all know who Mike Jeffries is, the Abercrombie and Finch CEO. He got charged with the same shit Diddy got charged with. Why they ain't talk about this nigga in the media? They made his shit just disappear like magic, like voila. Mike Jeffries case gone. Like, dang, we ain't where's the trial for Mike Jeffries? Where's the trial? What's the trial date for Mike Jeffries? Damn, they ready to get goddamn like I said, they ready to get Smokey Robinson the goddamn trial before Mike Jeffries. Mike Jeffries is Abercrombie and Fitch CEO that got charged with sex trafficking in New York, same state as Diddy. He got out on $10 million bond for us to never hear from this nigga again. We ain't hear from this nigga again, bro. They made his shit disappear in the media. But every day we got to talk about this buckwheat chin ass nigga Diddy all day. But like I said, it's some people that should be on the chopping block, starting with the Catholic Church, the high priest of the Catholic Church, for them messing with them kids for hundreds and hundreds of years. They should be on chopping block. A few other, billionaires that's higher up than Diddy and Jay-Z and them niggas should be on the chopping block. Clive Davis's goddamn self should be on the chopping block. Like, how the hell Clive Davis do all them crimes and shit, and this nigga get to escape? Like, this nigga was doing payola. This nigga working with the mafia. Nigga, all types of tax evasions. But just because he's part of that small hat community, they magically just make shit disappear for them. But like I said, these niggas Diddy and them niggas is sacrificial. They sacrificial lambs, bro. Nah, nope. I ain't trying to hear that Trent Sickles to say Clive Davis isn't messy. Them niggas partied on top of goddamn Whitney Houston body. It can't get no messier than that. Whitney Houston laying dead in the tub and these niggas partying over top of her body, bro. How messy can you get? I think that's more messy than anything. She laying upstairs in the tub dead and they downstairs partying and shit. This nigga gonna say on in an interview that Whitney Houston will want us to continue to party and shit. Nah, Whitney Houston wanted her goddamn money from all those records she sold. She wanted her money. I ain't trying to hear that. We ain't giving. If Diddy gotta go down, we ain't giving Clive Davis no pass. Hell nah. How Jimmy Iovine get charged with sexual assault and they made that shit disappear? They don't even talk about, like, people that forgot all about Jimmy Iovine from Interscope getting charged with sexual assault. People, y'all probably don't even remember that shit coming out in the media. Like we said, man, you's part of the small hat community, man. They make that shit disappear quick. They make the small hat community crimes disappear fast as hell. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue, man. Let's continue with more of the sidebar shit. If you just coming up in here, man, salute to y'all, man. Hope y'all having a great morning. Make sure y'all double tap the screen to like this video. Let's get these likes up some more for algorithm purposes. I mean, let's continue.
Or Christina Koren, people like Fahim Muhammad. And AUSA Christy Slavic said that the first element of this is that the co-conspirator distributed the drugs. The second element being that the co-conspirator distributed the drugs knowingly. So they pointed to different drugs that have been testified about, like cocaine, meth, ketamine, oxycodone, Xanax, MDMA, GHB, 2C, and then mushrooms too. But in terms of just even distributing drugs to others, that they brought exhibits up, like exhibits including text messages from Brendan Paul to Fahim, where Brendan Paul had wrote in a particular text message, KK is aware $780 for personal Gucci items. What do we know about personal Gucci items? That they normally included drugs that were found in a Gucci bag that was normally close or on Diddy's person at all times for the most part. And then in terms of just other exhibits between text message chains between Guido and Fahim. Guido was an alleged drug dealer that was often used, and Fahim was one of Diddy's personal security guards, where the text message said, hey there, Puff has a balance of $450. So I think kind of proving that element, even in terms of just the Combs enterprise agreeing to distribute drugs, where there were messages from D-Rock where D-Rock had said, he sent a text where he said, I need some for bro being Sean Combs, and then the some being, drugs. And then Christina Quorum too. The prosecution really kind of pointed out that Christina Quorum knew that Jane was taking drugs while she was doing these hotel nights, because there was one point in one instance that they pointed out where Jane was kind of convulsing on the beach from sand after kind of a really intense drug effect, and that Christina Quorum was really aware of this, and that she kind of helped Jane while she was kind of having this reaction out on the beach, out on the sand. But I think another big point, Jesse, that really stood out to me is obviously kidnapping, and the government pointed to 3 different instances of kidnapping, one being January of 2009, where Cassie's face was stomped on and she was held at a hotel, allegedly against her will, where Sean Combs got jealous because she was talking to a producer, and then Cassie drunkenly punched Sean Combs in the face, then he assaulted her very brutally.
That's what I'm saying. Cassie be swinging on a nigga. Like, they be fighting. They be fist fighting and swinging on each other. That's why I don't understand how, I mean, it came out in a trial that Cassie was getting violent with the nigga right back. Like, they was swinging on each other, bro. Like, Diddy would say some slick shit out of his mouth to Cassie, and Cassie would swing on the nigga. Like, we seen Diddy walking down the street with a busted eye and a busted lip. Cassie walking like a block ahead of this nigga. She just got finished swinging on a nigga. He trying to catch up to her, but when he seen TMZ out there with the cameras, he kind of like, you know what I mean, chilled a little bit. But they was fighting each other, man. Cassie and this nigga was in a toxic ass relationship, a violent, freaky, toxic relationship, bro. And bitch, you had a good lifestyle. You left like 2 or 3 times and then you went back. So it seemed like you ain't mind getting your ass whooped if you kept going back. Like, who get their ass whooped and keep going back? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, she got the 30 million, bro. Like she got the 30 million. I ain't condoning no violence, no women on man or man on woman violence, bro. I do not condone that shit. You put your hands on each other, then y'all need to just go ahead and go y'all separate ways. F all that. It ain't even worth it. Putting y'all hands on each other. Like, that ain't good. That ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? That's some bullshit. If it gotta get to that, if it gotta get to being violent in a relationship, then y'all need to just go break the hell up and go your own separate ways. It was like Cassie ass should have stayed gone. Like, when she left this nigga, she shouldn't have went back. She should have stayed gone. I'm pretty sure her friends, her mama, her daddy was telling her, don't go back to this nigga Diddy. He's a control freak. You know what I mean? Why you keep going back? He violent towards you. Y'all always fighting and shit. Like, why you keep going back? I'm pretty sure people was telling her not to go back. Why did she leave and kept going back? It's that lifestyle, bro. It's that bread. It's that money. It's that Hollywood lifestyle. It's her career. You know what I mean? She ain't want to get blackballed. She wanted her career to, to basically take off. But it's like, is it really worth your career? You getting your ass whooped and doing all it. You got to fight in a relationship almost every day just so you can sustain a music career. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know about that, y'all.
And that he forced her to stay in a hotel for a week, and that people like Roger Bonds, who was Diddy's then security guard, wouldn't let her leave. She wanted to go home to her mom, but she was unable to. She was pretty much trapped in this hotel during this particular instance. Then they bring it to a few years earlier here in New York City in 2004, where Capricorn Clark was forced to take a lie detector test for days on days on days after some jewelry went missing. And of course, December of 2011, I should say, where Capricorn Clark was taken by gunpoint over to Kid Cudi's home. The government kind of pointed to those being clear instances of kidnapping too. And so if you think about that in context, that's 2 predicate acts right there.
Nah, man. Stricken her testimony from the record. That bitch asked for a job back in 2024. Like, nah, If he kidnapped you at gunpoint, took you over to Kid Cudi house, why you writing all this positive shit about this nigga on in emails and congratulating him on the album and asking for a job reference in 2019? In 2024, you asked for your old job back. I thought this nigga did all this shit to you. Why you want to go back and work for this nigga, yo? Stricken her testimony from the record. You asked for your job back after he did all that shit to you. Let me ask y'all, would y'all go back and work for a person that just kidnapped you at gunpoint and threatened to take your life? Would y'all go back and work for that person to ask for your job back? Even if you was homeless and out in the streets, would you go back and work for a nigga that did that to y'all? Be honest. Be honest. Would you go back and ask for a job for a nigga that did all that to you? Then why the fuck is she on the stand testifying when you asked for a job back? When you wanted to go back and work, and then you wrote all this positive shit on your Facebook about this nigga, or in the email congratulating him on the album, saying you hope the album is a success and I want my old job back. Like, nah, man. Nah, your testimony don't mean shit. You asked for your job back, lady, after he did all that to you. Nah, we ain't buying that shit, bro. Sorry, Capricorn Clark, but your testimony, man, you shouldn't even been on the stand testifying. You asked for your job back in 2024 while all this shit was going on, while he was being investigated, while he was lawsuits was being pending against this nigga. You wanted your job back.
If the jury kind of comes to that conclusion too. But there were other instances that I think they did a great job really kind of spelling out different examples of why the defendant might have been found guilty on these different kind of acts.
Yeah, no, and you're right. They only need to find two underlying predicate acts. So yes, was there a criminal conspiracy? Was there a criminal agreement? Was there a criminal enterprise? And were there two underlying predicate acts that they agreed to commit? So you laid out drug distribution, you laid out kidnapping. We didn't even get into Eddie Garcia and the hotel tape and bribery, the $100,000 that was allegedly paid to make sure that tape never saw the light of day. And I agree with you. The argument that the assistants or in a quorum knew what was going on and knew what was going on behind closed doors, and everybody.
Why this Eddie nigga ain't going to jail, bro? Yo, a lot of these people that testified, the feds had shit on them, yo. Like, the feds had crimes on these niggas, like, so they basically got immunity to testify against Diddy. Like this dude that hid the evidence of Cassie getting ass whooped, right? That's a crime. You didn't take it to the police. You got paid. You took money to hide evidence of abuse. Ain't no testimony, nigga. You should be going to jail. You took money. To hide that damn tape. Like, yo, that's what I'm saying, bro. A lot of these people that testified against Diddy was part of the program when this shit was when things was moving and shaking and they was getting their salary. They didn't have no problem with this shit. Because if they did, they would have quit. They would have got out the way, they would have quit. Listen, I can't work for this nigga. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. Man, a lot of them watch Cassie get her head cracked open. A lot of them celebrity niggas that was around watched them get in the fights and shit. The ushers, all them niggas watched them getting into domestic shit and they stayed out of it. It was one of them things where I'm gonna just turn my eye to it. You might have had a few people that actually stood up, you know what I mean, for that shit and didn't want to see that shit going down, so they stepped in. But other than that, rest of them niggas then turned a blind eye to that shit. You know what I mean? So a lot of them people that testify ain't no innocent motherfuckers. The government has shit on them, but for the simple fact they basically said, you know, I testify against them, so my ass won't get in trouble. Feds took their ass in that interrogation room, start pulling out pictures and shit on them. Listen, we seen you here. Look, this day, this supposed happened. You was there that day. What do you know? What can you tell me? Listen, we're not gonna charge you if you testify against them. You know, y'all know how dirty the feds play. They would scare these motherfuckers into submission real quick. Yeah, they watched her get beat down. They watched Cassie and Diddy getting in the fights and shit. Nobody really stepped in and stopped it. They just kept, you know what I mean, kept it to themselves, didn't say shit, didn't mention it. Nobody went to the police. Like Cassie ass should have went to the police, man. Y'all gotta ask yourself, why didn't Cassie go to the police? Was it the money? Was it the lifestyle? She didn't mind, you know, taking a beating or two. And then they were saying that even when Diddy was abusing Kim Porter, Cassie would be snickering and laughing and shit, sitting there snickering and laughing when Diddy and Kim Porter get into it. They say people witnessed and said, you know, Cassie be laughing and geeking and shit. Like, I don't know, bro. A lot of these motherfuckers ain't innocent, bro.
A criminal enterprise, and were there two underlying predicate acts that they agreed to commit. So you laid out drug distribution, you laid out kidnapping. We didn't even get into Eddie Garcia and the hotel tape and bribery, the $100,000 that was allegedly paid to make sure that that tape never saw the light of day. And I agree with you. The argument that all of the assistants, or a majority of the assistants, or at least Christina Coram, knew what was going on and knew what was going on behind closed doors, and everybody was on the same page. I think that's key. Now, you talk about the underlying predicate crimes. One of them, my understanding at least, is also an independent charge, transportation to engage in prostitution. Those are two charges that he faces, but I believe they're also part of the racketeering. So I will tell you, I think this is the strongest series of charges they have against Diddy, carries up to 10 years in prison. I thought it was important for the prosecutor to say, hey, you don't need force or fraud or coercion. They could all consent. It's still a crime. Really focusing what on, Elizabeth? The trail of money, the Amex statements, Combs' texts, his voice notes, his team arranging, right? Really putting him at the center of transporting men and Cassie and Jane for the purposes of sex work.
Yeah, I believe she got well overcompensated. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure he was still paying Cassie even after she done left. But at some point in time, he probably stopped paying, and her husband was like, "Listen, you gotta go after this dude. We need the money. We have kids. You know what I mean? We need the money." So I believe she went after Diddy for that, you know, for the millions, because he paid that shit up overnight. Like, he paid that shit quick. Ain't even 24 hours then went by, and he paid that 20 million, bro. It ain't even 24 hours. And he paid that 20 million up quick, but then she got 10 more million from the hotel. So I feel like she definitely got compensated for it. I mean, $30 million is a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money. And she got compensated. Well, she got compensated well. So I don't know, man. Like I said, I think the feds stepped in, and the feds had a lot of shit on these people that's testifying. And the feds was like, listen, y'all testify against him. We can make charges go away. Y'all won't have to face no type of prosecution for y'all involvement if y'all testify against him. So a lot of them took that deal. They took that deal to testify against him. We talking about 10, 12 years of them investigating this nigga. All those people that testified was around. So you mean to tell me they wasn't involved with nothing throughout the whole 10 years that Cassie was there? And throughout, I guess they was investigating him since like 2012 or some shit like that. You mean to tell me throughout that whole time, none of them was involved with none of that shit? I don't think so, man. They took the deal, man. They took the deal to testify so they won't get no charge.
And to your point, Jesse, I think also the government had to really kind of explain that just because these entertainers or these escorts don't necessarily call themselves prostitutes, that these still are acts of prostitution, whether or not they're calling themselves prostitutes or sex workers or not. And so in terms of count 3 and 5, again, that being transportation to engage in prostitution, I kind of go back to the flight summary charts where the government had a whole long list in chart form of just the different flights that were taken out, the money that was spent, and who was the account holder kind of behind it, either being Sean Combs or it being Jane, who would purchase entertainers' flights out. However, she would be reimbursed by Sean Combs. And so there was one particular example. It was from August 26th of 2009, where Sean Combs coordinated with Jules, and Jules notably was the escort inside the hotel room during the March 2016 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. But just that in this particular one, going back to August of 2009, that Sean Combs was coordinating with Jules to get him to New York City. So the jury was able to see flight records that a flight was $419.61. And then it also included a limo service for $220. And there were even points where Sean Combs had texted Jules he'll tip him more if he can make it to New York City, because Jules is from LA. So there we go, transporting him from Los Angeles, California, all the way to New York City. And so the government also pointing out that the defendant paid for other escorts like Clayton Howard, aka Dave, to fly him from New York City to Los Angeles. And again,
so there's no crime. So the prostitutes are not being charged with a crime. So if he's getting charged, if he get charged for transporting escorts and prostitutes across state lines, the prostitutes not being charged? You mean to tell me it's no crime for them to take money for sex, but it's a crime for this nigga to get charged for transporting prostitutes across state lines? It just shit don't be making no sense to me, bro. Like I said, immunity, exactly, Kim. Immunity. A lot of these people testified for immunity. They got immunity for testifying against Diddy because they was part of the criminal enterprise. It would be a RICO if they charged all the people that was involved. Then it will be a RICO. But him being charged alone for a RICO, nah, bro. You can't charge one man for no damn RICO. RICO is specifically an organization, basically organized crime. And we know the RICO started off with, convicting the mafia. Strictly for the mafia. Criminal enterprise. So I don't believe he's gonna get charged with RICO, y'all. I think they're gonna throw that. I think that's gonna get thrown out. I don't think he's gonna get charged with RICO. They might try to get him with some elements of sex trafficking though. Like I said, it would be the transporting prostitutes across state lines and engaging in sexual activity. That's the only thing I would see them trying to charge him with. He ain't on trial for the domestic violence shit. So shit be crazy, bro. This shit crazy. So I don't know, man. Hopefully we get a verdict today, man. Like it shouldn't even be taking them that long to deliberate this shit. Like let's get to it. Like Can we get a verdict by the end of the day? By the end of the court day? Yeah, I don't think he gonna get charged with the RICO, but they gonna try to stick him with the sex trafficking, more so transporting and engaging in sexual activity with prostitutes. Yeah, but RICO, arson, they couldn't prove. Even sex trafficking, far as coercing and holding people against their will and all that shit. I don't see that. I don't know. I don't see that. But yeah, can we get a verdict today? Deliberators. Can we get a verdict today? Like, what's the day? The day's Tuesday. Like, a verdict shouldn't go past goddamn Wednesday, Thursday, Friday even. You say you'll doubt to get life? Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know. They got R. Kelly. R. Kelly doing life. He doing 30 to life, bro. So and his shit and like one man RICO. So I don't know. It seems like the feds do what they want, man. Like when it comes to this shit, the justice system is not. I mean, we know they been shit. They been shit. They mold and shape shit the way they wanted to shape it. If they want to try to get a conviction, they'll find a way. Like we said, I'm gonna say it again. Tory Lanez should not be sitting in jail right now, and they ain't had no evidence on that nigga. So this nigga's in jail for way less. So I don't know, bro. They give Diddy life, bro. It's like, all right, somebody wanted this nigga in jail doing life. Because this nigga's in there for way less. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. They give him life, then somebody up in high places wanted this nigga in jail. Yeah, that's how that shit be playing out. That's how that shit play out sometimes when you dealing with the government, bro.
Showing those flight summary charts where all the records are really kind of laid out there. There were text messages, including from Sean Combs to Bridget when he was in a relationship with Jane, where he was texting Bridget from Cowboys for Angels, so no longer Garen. It was Bridget who was kind of the point of contact, where Sean Combs is saying that he didn't want one particular escort to feel tired because he was traveling from Vegas to Los Angeles, and he sent a text message saying, "LOL, damn, we don't want a tired situation. Feel me." And then Bridget responded, "Reggie is never tired," because that was the particular entertainer or escort that they planned on flying out to Los Angeles. And then the government pointing out that Cabral was also someone that was used quite often. He's from Atlanta. However, he was flown to New York City. And so there were just different points. And I think they made a lot of strong messages that were used kind of against Sean Combs in a way, like one particular audio message that said, "I want the most wild king sex room in Vegas." And then Christina Coram had responded, "Will Paul be there?" So again, kind of pointing to the alleged co-conspirators being in the know of who was going to be there, what type of escorts were going to be used. And of course, Paul was one that was used often, going back to Cassie's relationship with Sean Combs and to Jane's relationship. And so kind of towards the end, the government was like, even KK facilitated the travel for escorts too.
Yeah. Again, I think that those are pretty straightforward, but we'll see. And let's talk about the defense now. The defense's closing argument. Okay, so this was delivered by Mark Agnifilo, the lead counsel in this case. And I will tell you one of the parts that stood out to me, really jumping on the idea. Okay, so the prosecution's agreeing not every sexual episode of Cassie or Jane is sex trafficking. Mark Agnifilo says, if we're at freak off number 75 and 75 of them have been consensual, what would have to happen if freak off 76 to say, now it's sex trafficking? Really focusing on that jump, right? Like now that's a federal crime. I think that's a good point. It gives the jury pause, no, aside from all of the tech.
Yeah, they let that nigga operate. So the freak offs is a crime. And he was having freak offs like almost every goddamn day of the week. every weekend. You mean to tell me y'all wait this long to charge this nigga? Like all it should have took is 1 or 2 damn free calls for y'all to you know lock this nigga up. I mean y'all let 100 free calls go by before y'all lock this nigga up. That's basically what they saying. They let 100 free calls take place before they locked him up. So you mean to tell me 100 free calls equal up to sex trafficking, bro? That's a good point. That's a good ass point right there. That's why I'm saying I don't know how this deliberation gonna go as far as like the sex trafficking part. RICO, I know they're not gonna charge this nigga with no RICO, bro. Impossible. But yeah, yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. You said the jury's unpredictable. Yeah, like you said, it's some people that could be, out of the 12 jurors, you can have 1 or 2 people that don't agree with that shit. They really gotta deliberate that shit down to the wire. You know what I'm saying? So you said, do I know what RICO is? Hell yeah, I know what RICO is. But they didn't prove RICO. He didn't use Bad Boy Enterprises to set up to do any crimes with it. He used his own personal funds. You say you believe they are convicted him on RICO. If they do that shit, bro, then I guess somebody want this nigga in jail. Like we said, this nigga's in jail for less right now. Tory Lanez sitting in jail doing 10 years, and it was no DNA, no gunpowder, no evidence, and he's sitting in there doing 10 years. So yeah, if they could do that shit to him, we got R. Kelly doing 30+ years for RICO. One man RICO. R. Kelly, the first nigga ever got convicted in history with a RICO by himself. So like we said, yeah, the government could do what the hell they want. So if they want Diddy black ass in jail and they want to put his dumb ass in jail for life, that's where they going to put his ass at. Government seems like they could do whatever they want. It don't matter how much money you got. So if they want this dumb nigga in jail, then that's where he gonna remain. So, and they possibly want him dead. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's possible. Like, he easy to touch when he in prison. So it's possibly they might have put an attempt on his life as well. I mean, they just stabbed the nigga Tory Lanez up 12 times. They didn't spike R. Kelly medicine. Had his heart all out of whack and being rushed to the hospital. They hired an Aryan Nation dude trying to kill R. Kelly. So yeah, like Diddy, you think Diddy is gonna be exempt from that shit? Nah, they want that nigga dead. They're making an attempt on. Look, they didn't kill. Supposedly whacked off Epstein in prison. And Epstein was higher up on the food chain than Diddy was. So that, like I said, they want this nigga gone. They'll get him gone, bro. Not yet. Glenn Henderson, you said no one's trying to kill. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. They wasn't trying to kill Epstein until his ass was in there. They ain't just try to kill R. Kelly been in there how long? And now he getting attempts on his life. Tory Lanez been in there how long and didn't get stabbed up? Like we said, not yet. Yeah, I believe he's gonna get some time, but that life shit, I don't see it, bro. I don't see life in jail. I don't see 30 years out of this shit he's doing. I don't see 30 years in prison. 30 years of life. You know what I mean? Like I don't see that. I don't even see 25 to life. Now if they want to charge him federal charges for the scratched off serial numbers for the guns. Maybe a little cocaine here and there that he might have got caught with. Probation. I mean, parole at best. And maybe like a little 3 years here, 3 to 5 with time served. Other than that, life in prison, bro. Like, I don't even feel R. Kelly should be doing life in prison, bro. I believe he should serve some time, but that 30 years, bro, they over excessive with that time, bro. And my take is they want an R. Kelly ass out the way because they need that nigga they want that nigga catalog. That nigga ain't want to sell that catalog. They say, oh yeah, you don't want to sell that catalog? Then we gonna make you sell his catalog, nigga. R. Kelly start asking about his royalties and shit like that. That nigga said, where my money at? Like, R. Kelly went broke a few times and shit. And that nigga was stressed about his money. So he went to the record company like, yo, now I wrote all these hits. Like, why am I not getting paid? That nigga start complaining and shit. Next thing you know, all types of innocent charges to that nigga, bro. It's a rat. So if Diddy get 30 years, bro, or life in prison without parole, somebody wanted his black ass in there. Simple and plain.
Messages from the alleged victims where they express their love for Sean Combs. They stay in touch with him. They're setting up these sexual events. It does become a point, we're supposed to say everything was consensual and then it's sex trafficking. Was that a standout moment to you?
Yeah, it was a lot of standout moments from the defense's closing argument, right? So, for example, Mark Agnifilo, by the way, everyone, when you're seeing him in action giving the closing argument for the defense, it's very opposite from the prosecution, where he is just really animated. He's going back and forth, walking back and forth. Sometimes there were points he was away from the microphone, so you could barely hear him. He's using poster boards. He's using paper forms of text exhibits, really kind of putting on a lot of demonstratives. But right off the bat, he was saying this trial is a tale of two trials. First trial is the witnesses, the videos, the text messages, the evidence, and the second trial is just what is being told to the jury by the prosecution. And so Mark Agnifilo saying right off the top that this case is badly exaggerated. It's made up, in other words. Those were literally the words he used. And then when he was talking about drugs, he said it's personal use drugs, nothing else. He says that the evidence shows that it's swingers and threesomes. But I think one big thing, Jesse, is that I think really from the defense's perspective, they were really kind of driving the point that, yes, Sean Combs has done bad things, right? But they say, is it sex trafficking? So, for example, really kind of pointing to that they think it's a domestic violence issue. That's really the issue, especially when it comes to count 2, that being related to Cassie. But one thing I noted during his defense closing is that he brought the CNN video up and he was kind of talking about a particular Instagram post that Cassandra Ventura Fine had made after this video was released and after she got an outpouring of support where she had said that domestic violence is the issue. So the defense really kind of using her words against her, where they were like, okay, well, she didn't say sex trafficking was the heart of the issue. She didn't say that this was the heart of the issue. She specifically said that domestic violence is the issue. And so the defense said that Cassie could have said sex trafficking. She could have said coercion and running away from freak-offs was the issue. But Mark Agnifilo told the jury that, again, Cassie believed it to be domestic violence. And so the defense saying that they weren't going to be putting up a bunch of charts and text messages, etc. But I think we're kind of trying to drive the point too that Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs were in a loving relationship, and at points it was toxic, something that's kind of been a theme throughout their cross-examination too of particular witnesses. And then even as it came to Jane and just kind of the allegations Jane has made, the defense really kind of pointing out that Jane is still getting her rent paid for by Sean Combs, that he had kind of helped her when she was going through like a bad child support type of situation, that her child's father wasn't pulling his weight in terms of just the money that he was giving to her and their child together, and that it was Sean Combs who stepped up. He was the one who provided the roof over their head. He was the one that continues to pay for her rent, for her rent even to this day, but also for her lawyer even to this day too. And I think what also is interesting, Jesse, is in my mind, I'm wondering, does the jury kind of want to know why didn't the defense put up any type of witnesses? Because in terms of just them going back and kind of using, I guess, the witnesses' words against them in a type of way that these were all, again, government witnesses. These aren't.
Man, F all that, man. Where the real Epstein list at? Like, we know some higher up people, man. Where's these people being convicted at? Like, nah, man. They trying to use this Diddy shit as a distraction from the real criminals. Like, nah, man. This Diddy small time potatoes ass Diddy, man. Where's the real crime? The real criminals that's really sex trafficking children and women against their will, bro. So they trying to distract us with this dumbass shit. Nah, where's the real criminals at? The people that's higher up on the food chain in this nigga. Where that real Epstein list at? We still waiting for the real Epstein list. All that fake ass Epstein shit that they try to distract us with. Talking about, yeah, we gonna open the Epstein files up and give y'all the Epstein files. We gonna give y'all the JFK files. No, F all that. We know y'all ain't gonna give us the real deal. Where the world leaders at that's on that Epstein list? There's world leaders on that Epstein list. There's politicians, higher up politicians on that Epstein list. There's CEOs and owners. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised if Diageo ain't on that goddamn Epstein list. Stop trying to distract us with this Diddy shit, bro. I'm gonna always say this. Why the Catholic Church, the high priests in the Catholic Church ain't on goddamn being prosecuted for messing with children for hundreds of years? Still messing with children to this day. They traffic children, don't they? Haven't they been in the media for essaying children? Why the Catholic Church ain't being prosecuted? Why the priests from the Catholic Church ain't never going to jail? I'm gonna always say this shit. Why this Diddy shit going on? I'm gonna keep saying it. Why isn't higher ups going to jail for the same shit Diddy going to jail for? Because they want us to focus on this public hanging of this nigga. We know this is a public lynching with this nigga, bro. But them high priests of the Catholic Church never go to jail for molesting children, bro. They never go to jail. They pay $3 billion, $4 billion, $6 billion to the victims that never see the money. Them victims don't even see the money. Most of them old and dead before they even get the payout. Yeah, bro. This is scapegoat, bro. They trying to fool us with all this Diddy, Tyler Perry, like they trying to fool us with all this, with all this, this celebrity shit, bro. Like this shit. Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I feel like this shit is a cover up for some other shit that's taking place. And Maxwell Gaisley, her ass kept her mouth shut. She ain't tell. She took that 20-something years and ain't tell. Well, I think way more shit should have came out. Why they ain't trying to destroy the legacy of Hugh Hefner? Hugh Hefner had all of them underage women up there at the Playboy Mansion. Some 13, some 14, some 16. I think he had the youngest that he had on the magazine, I think, was 16 years old. Like, that's what I'm saying. They let all these other niggas escape and shit. But they be holding these celebrity niggas' feet to the fire. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Isaac. This shit is way bigger than Diddy, bro. No Diddy. This is bigger. This is way bigger. Like, we know it's some shit that's taking place right now while this trial is going on. And they lining the rest of these celebrities up to face charges in trial because they need the distraction. While they busy making moves behind the scenes, signing certain shit in the law, they need us to be distracted with this celebrity essay. That's why they open the floodgates on this lawsuit shit, where celebrities can be sued dating back 20, 30 years for sexual assault. They need us to be distracted at this particular time. So we're gonna see a lot more trials with these damn celebrities. A lot more of their shit coming out in the media. A lot more of their shit in the headlines to basically control the narrative, to keep the algorithm busy with the distraction while they signing in shit in law, signing shit into law. Like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, there's a lot of people gonna suffer for ignorance, man. I'm telling you, a lot of people that's following this shit, follow this shit they gonna suffer for ignorance because they don't know what the hell really going on. They don't know what's really going on. So yeah, they want to keep us distracted. They want to encapsulate our energy with this dumb shit. I'm telling you, bro. When they switch to this new financial system, a lot of people gonna be homeless and out in the goddamn streets. They ain't gonna give a shit about none of this when shit hit the fan. They ain't gonna care about none of this shit. Because what they trying to do is kick off a civil war on American soil. That's what they really trying to have happen. They want a civil war. Civil war drives down property value. They want to, because they know the American people don't have money to really buy up the market. So they want to drive down the market as much as possible. That's what all this war shit is about. They want to drive down the market as low as possible so they could buy up everything on pennies on the dollar, bro. They've been doing this shit for centuries. They've been doing this shit, you know what I mean, since, you know what I mean? They want to drive down the market, bro, because they want to buy up all this shit. They want to buy up all the land. They want to buy up all the land because we know what they want to turn this shit into. Yeah, they need the distraction, bro. Like all that uh wildfire shit. We all know that. We all know what the play was on that. Look, people don't even talk about that shit no more. People don't even talk about the wildfires and all that shit no more. Man, they burnt all that shit down on purpose because they need that land to build the fucking smart cities, nigga. We ain't dumb. They need all this land that they buying up to build these smart cities, bro. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Trump even said it was something fishy. I know, right? But he in on it anyway. Like he in on the shit anyway. Like Trump control opposition. As soon as he said he support Israel with that dumb shit, then you already know what it was. Yeah, we been sold out to the banks, man. The foreign banks been took this shit over. 1913, Woodrow Wilson, President of the United States, sold this country out to foreign banks, bro. When they met on Jekyll Island, all those damn bankers met on Jekyll Island, and they came up with the plan to basically take over the world with these central banks and shit. Now it wasn't Franklin D. Roosevelt. It was Woodrow Wilson. 1913, the Federal Act, where he written into law where these central banks basically take over this shit, bro. So this new financial system they implementing into play with the digital cryptocurrency. Right now, that's the play they setting up. They want to put regulations on that shit. So everything right now is to keep us distracted from that. Because if you make the right move, you could end up being a wealthy individual overnight, fucking with that digital crypto. But we know it's gonna be highly controlled. Now look up 1913. Not Franklin D. Roosevelt he set up the feds. He set up the feds to go against organized crime. 1933. You gotta look up 1913. Woodrow Wilson, the Federal Act. Yeah, you're on point as far as Roosevelt setting up the feds as far as to go after organized crime and shit like that. But yeah, then you gotta peep how all this shit is going into play. Like you got these celebrities, they targeting these celebrities. Yeah, I mean, to basically do propaganda pieces on them. You got the CEOs of they didn't fire like they didn't got rid of over 1,800 CEOs of major corporations. They didn't kill like maybe 9 to 10 high up individuals as far as with digital cryptocurrency. They knocking off CEOs. Not only that, they knocking off CEOs. We didn't see Cash App CEO get stabbed up in the middle of the night, two something in the morning, in front of his building, stabbed up. We just seen Luigi shoot the CEO of United Healthcare. We just seen another CEO get found in his room a few months back. Got found in his room. They said he overdosed. Another CEO of a healthcare corporation. So you gotta look at all this shit going on. You got wildfires to burn down the land to basically so they could build the smart cities. You got CEOs of major corporations being fired. Over 1,000, I think it was like 1,870 something CEOs. You got BlackRock buying up every goddamn thing. You got China coming in here buying up buying acres and acres of land and shit. They force feeding us 3D printed meats. They up the chemicals in the food every goddamn day. So let's look at all the shit that's taking place that they distracting us from, bro. They up the chemicals in the food. They hit us with that thing back in, with the CVID thing. They didn't hit people with a lot of the jab during the whole CVID thing. They going after farmers. They're going after natural farmers. Let's just look at the play that's going on here, bro. Let's look at the shit they really distracting us from. The digital cryptocurrency they implementing into society, where it's gonna be linked to social media. You ain't gonna be able to say nothing on social media or they're gonna turn your shit off. Y'all think y'all getting put in Facebook now, Facebook jail and all that shit now. Wait until that shit is attached to the financial system. And you say anything that violate any guidelines online, and your ass ain't gonna be able to shop. They gonna be like, oh yeah, well, you gonna try to go to the store and buy some shit. They gonna be like, access denied because you said some shit on social media. Yeah. Yeah, they already training our ass. Y'all niggas already talk about Facebook jail and damn, they hit me with a guideline strike and all that shit. Yeah, wait till that shit attached to your finances. And you can't even get a damn Uber, DoorDash, Instacart, none of that shit, cause your shit got turned off because you violated some guidelines on social media. Yeah, y'all think this shit is a game. This shit ain't no game, nigga. Remember PayPal came out 2 years ago and they try to retract their statement. They saying if anything said on social media against the guidelines, that you will be fined $2,000. Remember they try to cover that shit up and retract it real quick. Yeah, they put that shit out prematurely. That's what happened. PayPal jumped the gun and they put that shit out prematurely. They wrote it all in their guidelines, it was right on their website. Because I remember us reporting on it because we pulled it up. They had to take that shit down off PayPal. They had to retract the statement and saying that it was false. Nah, y'all jumped the gun. I mean, somebody got to care, Cass. I mean, we can't sit here and talk about Diddy all goddamn day and Tyler Perry and all that. Somebody got to speak the truth on this shit, bro. Somebody got to care. I mean, everybody can't go around like they don't care. Somebody in this world got to care. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody got to care. Somebody got to put the truth out there. Like so we all supposed to be blinded by this shit, blinded by the distraction. Everybody on some goddamn, yeah, I mean, oblivious to what's going on. People, yeah, I mean, ignorant. Like everybody should be going along with this shit and be ignorant to what's really going on. Nah, somebody got to put the truth out there, bro. Somebody got to do it. Because if it was left up to the media, they just keep hitting us with these propaganda pieces all day, keeping our ass distracted with Diddy going to jail and like we. I mean, like, come on now. We supposed to like, yeah, we supposed to actually go along with go along just to get along. Hell no. Hell nah, nigga. Because if you was doing your research, you'll be figuring out how to actually not get left behind. You'd be like, all right, well, I know they transition in the financial system. How can I get ahead of this shit? Because every time they make a transition, they always leave a small window for people to get wealthy. With the dot-com boom, they did it. A lot of people got wealthy with the dot-com boom when that shit happened. So it's like, all right, so are you gonna be a nigga that's just get left behind, or are you gonna try to figure some shit out? Nah, you gonna do your research and try to figure out what the hell going on. No, do your research. Figure out what's going on with the financial system. Don't get wrapped up in this Diddy shit. Find out what's going on with the financial system. Find out what bills is being implemented and being passed, and do your research. Why they poisoning the food so goddamn heavy in America? Why all the poisons in the food banned in all the other countries, but America somehow accept this shit? Like the FDA just passed all this shit. Like they don't give a shit about the citizens. Niggas is eating chemicals all goddamn day. All day just eat chemicals. All the other countries ban this shit. They ban all the dangerous chemicals in food. They ban that shit. Russia, China, Italy, Japan, the UK, some parts of Canada. Why America's the only one accepting all these goddamn chemicals in the food, bro? I'm gonna tell you why. This is like the last country where the citizens is armed with guns. Just think about that. This the last country that's citizens is armed with weapons, armed with guns. They didn't ban all the other countries from citizens having weapons, carrying guns. This country, citizens are still allowed to carry guns. So you know, any type of war break out, any type of rise up against the government, because you know they outnumbered. They outnumbered. But the thing is, they keep us so goddamn separated on every front. They keep us separated on every front, bro. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Yeah, but the thing about it is, even though we going into a full, you know, scientific dictatorship, artificial intelligence running every goddamn thing, how long do you think a system like that is going to last if people out here starving on the streets, bro? Where this shit is highly controlled, how long do you think some shit like that going to last? I mean, just think throughout history. Has anything, has anyone ever took over the world completely? Has there not been a revolt throughout history? Every time we didn't got a rogue government trying to control the citizens, have there ever not been a revolt? Has there ever been not an empire that then crumbled in on itself? So we think, how long you think that shit gonna last, bro? Yeah, people think like technology going artificial intelligence is like going 100% rule over humans. That's not gonna happen. First of all, it ain't. First of all, the universe, God ain't even set this shit up that way for humans to be taken over 100% by any small group, by any one man, by anybody. No one has ever took over the world and conquered the world by themselves. No small group, no one conqueror, none of that. None of that shit, bro. Every empire that tried to conquer the world failed at that shit. So that's tell you right there that humanity ain't meant to be controlled in that way. Yeah, once you wake up to the shit, bro, like, and that's the thing. They bank on people not waking up to the real shit anyway, because that's how they able to. You know what I mean, that's how Freddy Krueger get his power. When your ass is asleep and you in a dream state, Freddy Krueger fuck with you all day, don't he? It's when your ass wake up. That nigga ain't got no power when your ass wake up, though. It's when you falling asleep and you in a goddamn dream state. Freddy Krueger be fucking with you all goddamn day, don't he? Yeah. Yes, sir. And that's what that fucking movie represent anyway. Right, Isaac. Yup. Roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. Facts. Yeah, right. Doodle Dunn said Freddy Krueger also like kids. Exactly. That's I mean, that's it. Just think of the symbolism in that shit, bro. And just think about that movie on a higher thought process. It's motherfucking government, bro. Freddy Krueger represent the motherfucking government, man. Yeah, this shit crazy, bro. But we definitely want to see how this verdict play out with this Diddy shit, though. We definitely want to see if they get this nigga life in jail or they gonna let him free. Because regardless or not, a lot of this shit still play into what was really going on with all these celebrities facing these different lawsuits and charges. All that shit is still part of the program. It's still part of what's really going on because you got to think about the position that these celebrities, these high level celebrities, I ain't even want to say the low, the ones that have been gatekeeping for the past 20, 30 years. They don't need these people no more, bro. Yeah, they don't need these gatekeepers. They don't need them no more because the system that they're setting up don't require gatekeepers because they running everything off artificial intelligence. So really the real gatekeepers are the tech companies, the technocrats. The bureaucrats is out the window. The technocrats already took this shit over. Yeah, the technocrats already took it over. So they're the ones that's really gatekeeping everything right now, the technocrats. They don't need these celebrities no more. They don't need these niggas no more. They don't need Oprah. They don't need Tyler. They don't need goddamn these CEOs of these corporate. They don't need these people no more. That's why they're getting taken out the way. They don't need these niggas no more, bro. That's why Diddy's sitting up in court. They don't need this nigga. That's why they targeted Jay-Z. They don't need Jay-Z no more. Fuck they need that nigga for? They going into a whole different type of system. And the thing about it is, these niggas still got like these higher up celebrities still retain certain information, right? So when the entertainment world goes into the blockchain and they digitize everything, right? Where they allow certain people to invest in certain parts of the entertainment world. Like we said, you could being as though they putting the entertainment on the blockchain, you can be a person that own part of Michael Jackson's, you know what I mean, catalog and shit. Like they're opening the blockchain up to that's the next phase. The Web3 is the next phase. So a lot of these celebrities that's in place now, that's why a lot of them they're trying to get them to sell off their catalog because being as though they digitize their catalog and put it on the blockchain, that can send that shit up to gazillions of dollars, bro. Because they left it open for the public to actually. That's why Tory Lanez in jail, really, because he jumped the gun on that shit. He took and digitized his album on the blockchain. He made $1 million in 10 minutes. He did some shit that the corporations ain't even do yet. Tory Lanez jumped the gun. That's why he really in jail. And then he bragged about it. He cracked the code, then he bragged about it. So that's why he really sitting in jail. Because he did that shit independently as an independent artist before the record labels even did it. The record labels ain't even do that shit yet, bro. That's why Nipsey Hussle did. Nipsey Hussle cracked the code. Yo, I'm telling you, bro, Nipsey Hussle was so knee deep in cryptocurrency, my nigga, at an early age. I mean, at an early time when crypto was just at its beginning phases. This nigga Nipsey Hussle was on that shit early, my nigga. That nigga was already could have already been. He would have probably already been close to a billionaire right now. And he invested in crypto early, bro. I'm talking about Bitcoin and all. He was buying that shit up when it was $100, $100 and something dollars. This nigga was in on that shit early, my nigga. Early. Where you think that would have put him in position right now with Bitcoin being over the $100 and something $1,000? Not only that, he was invested in the technology at that early on. Yeah, then he was showing other people how to do it. That's the thing. Tory Lanez was actually showing other people how to do it. Nipsey Hussle was showing other people how to do it. Like, even before the corporations got it, like they ain't even make the transition yet. That's what Dame was trying to do with the Reasonable Doubt album. Remember Dame with the whole shit with Jay-Z taking him to court? Dame was about to do the same thing with the Reasonable Doubt album. Well, his portion of the Reasonable Doubt album. Dame was trying to put that shit on the blockchain and digitize the Reasonable Doubt album, which would have made him wealthy. We know that shit would have made Dame wealthy. Just like Tory Lanez did the same thing, like with his NFT album. So imagine, like I said, like we always say, imagine Michael Jackson album digitized on the blockchain, bro. Just the Thriller album alone, and giving opportunity for the general population to actually buy into that album and own a piece of that album through the blockchain. And that's worldwide. Now this is worldwide now. This is a trade that's worldwide, not just America. Like, people all over the world can actually buy a piece of Michael Jackson's album. That's gonna send that shit up in the quadrillions, bro. That album was it's gonna be in the gazillions. So imagine with these different artist catalogs being put on the blockchain. That's why they want these niggas out the way. They want these I'm pretty sure they got Smokey Robinson as hemmed up right now because he didn't want to sell off Motown's piece of it. Sell off his Motown catalog, bro. I'm pretty sure they approached Smokey Robinson about his Motown catalog, and he turned that shit down. Y'all remember the interview with Gayle King and Jay-Z when she interviewed him for the Book of Hov and shit, and she asked that nigga. She said, "Jay-Z, would you ever think about selling your catalog?" That nigga said, "Hell no." He basically like, "Nah, I'm not selling my shit." Yeah, but then the allegations came after that. They try to tie him to the Diddy shit with the 13-year-old, saying the 13-year-old, and of course it came out that she lied. But you see how they try to target that nigga? They try to target that nigga real quick, bro. Yeah, it was it's I think it's the brother from what's the brother name from Black Sheep, the rap group Black Sheep. Not Black Sheep. What's the brother name from the song "You Can Get With This or You Can Get With That"? What's the brother name again? I forgot the brother name, but he's suing Universal Music Group. They got actually a lawsuit against Universal Music Group for $700 million. So every artist that UMG screwed over is part of that lawsuit. Because when they came with the streaming services, it cut a lot of those artists out. Yeah, when they came along with the music streaming services, a lot of those artists got cut out of that. They got cut out of that shit, bro. So right now, Universal Music Group got lawsuits pending against them by a lot of artists in the industry that got cut out of the streaming deals, basically. And giving them niggas pennies, bro. Pennies. Their music is still being used in commercials and all that shit. And these niggas is getting pennies for it. Same thing with the actors and actresses. They getting pennies, bro. Like, a lot of them ain't even getting paid no more because the streaming companies then bought out all the goddamn, basically bought out all the TV shows and movies and shit. So they don't get no residuals on that. You know, they was only getting paid because of the reruns on TV, on the network and all that. Now that the streaming companies bought the rights to most of all TV shows and shit, they don't get no money from that, bro. There's no more residuals when it comes to the act. They don't get no residuals on shit, bro. Like, a lot of them show up to do work. They show up, they get paid that one time to do their work. Streaming companies pick the rights up to the product, and they don't see no more money off that shit. Yeah. So that pretty much didn't kill Hollywood. And it killed the music, and it killed its music business as well. Yeah, streaming killed a lot of that shit, bro. And that you could tell how they really trying to transition this shit. Because prime example, when Biggie mom died, they bought that nigga cat. Like, the very next day, or maybe 2 days later, it was announced that Biggie's catalog, his likeness, his image was bought by one of them licensing companies. They bought all the rights to his shit. So his mom wasn't even in the ground yet. For 150 million. His mom wasn't even in the ground yet, bro. And they already announced that they bought all of Biggie's catalog, his likeness, and his image. Shit crazy, bro. Yeah, this shit is crazy. Yeah, you said it messed the DVD game up. Yeah. The streaming companies basically took over, bro. But now they about to go into a whole nother different phase with the blockchain. They're gonna digitize the product and put it on the blockchain, bro. Where you and I can actually own a piece of the product, whether it's a movie, artwork. Like, imagine them digitizing the Mona Lisa painting, and they allowing the general public to own a piece of that. You know that's gonna drive the price of that shit up, bro. And that's what they plan on doing. They plan on digitizing everything and putting it on the blockchain, from artwork to movies, TV shows, music. You know what I mean? So they allowing basically the general public to own a piece of these people product, bro. So you and I can own a piece of Michael Jackson's albums, Beyonce albums, Prince albums, Biggie, Tupac albums. We can actually own a piece of that shit, bro. Yeah, even sports. Facts. Even sports. Yep. Facts. Well, it'll be like it's the NFT world. So it basically, Yeah, I mean, it'll start off at a certain point, like just how you buy cryptocurrency and shit now. So you're gonna start buying it probably at 1 cent, like 1 cent. But then as more people buy into it, it keep driving the market up basically. So say if they put Michael Jackson's Thriller album on the blockchain and digitize it as an NFT, and we start buying shares of that shit for pennies on the dollar. You know what I mean? Like if they started off at a penny, we could spend like $100, $200, $300 on it and own a piece of it. So imagine if you got people worldwide buying into the Michael Jackson album. What you think that's going to do is drop the price up? That's going to drop the price up into astronomical numbers that can't even be calculated. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. The numbers is going to be crazy, bro. Like when Tory Lanez sold his album, he said that he had fans buying it $5, $10, $30,000, $60,000. Yeah, I mean, he was like one NFT was going for like $65,000. I think that was the highest a fan bought was 65,000. So that was driving his album up. It was driving his album up in astronomical numbers because the fans was buying it on the blockchain, bro. And Tory Lanez did this shit before even the corporations did it. So they was like, and he did it as an independent artist, bro, which is crazy. They definitely wanted that nigga out the way. So his ass sitting in jail right now because he made a move that he wasn't supposed to make. That shit ain't about no Megan Thee Stallion and none of that shit. That shit about that nigga cracking the code before the corporations did it and then was bragging and showing other artists how to do it, telling them they don't need the record companies no more. He said, yo, he was saying that shit in the video. Yo, you don't need the record companies no more. You don't need the streaming companies no more. You can you could turn your album to an NFT and direct the consumer. So imagine big artists doing that shit, bro. It's crazy. It's just crazy, bro. And we gonna see if they come with a verdict today with this Diddy shit, because it's possible they might. It's possible that they can had a deliberation done today, have a verdict. And I say, look, it just came out in the media now. Judge dismisses Jay-Z defamation lawsuit against attorney who wrongfully tied him to 13-year-old girl. So yeah, that's the Tony Busby shit. I'm telling you, when Diddy went down, that shit spooked a lot of them niggas. When shit with the Tyler Perry shit spooked a lot. That had TD Jakes and Oprah saying, you know what I mean, denying Diddy. Like, man, they act like they ain't even know that nigga Diddy. They like, yeah, we never been to a Diddy party, or nigga TD Jakes, I only went to his house for like 15 minutes. His staff and everybody was there. Like, nah, nigga, you met with that nigga on many occasions, bro. But they so scared right now because they don't even know they gonna be targeted in the media next. Propaganda piece getting put out on them. Yeah, they don't even know if they next. Facts, yeah, the entertainment industry is a tight niche community. It's a tight niche community. It's a fraternity. You got to go through the hazing phase. You can't even walk in certain rooms without going through a certain. I mean, certain hazing phase. They don't trust, being as though it's a tight knit community, their circles, they're not gonna just trust no newcomer that come along. They don't know who you are. They don't know if you're an agent, even though a lot of them must be agents anyway. But they're not gonna trust no newcomer. He's gonna have to sacrifice something. And he's gonna have to give up something. He or she gonna have to give up something. They're not gonna trust no new booty coming into the industry right off the bat. Just think about organized crime. You think like the mafia, they run that shit like the mafia, or like, yeah, like a fraternity. They're not gonna trust no new booty to come in and move up the ranks, being new, and then you in certain rooms and certain people talking about certain things. It don't work that way. You got to go through a hazing phase, bro, and you got to give something up to move up. You got to give something. Something got to give. Something got to give. That's why I said Diddy ain't all that innocent, because he was a gatekeeper. He gatekeeped a lot of that shit anyway. So he's not 100% off the, you know what I mean, innocent. But as far as the shit they trying to convict him more, they gotta have, like we said, it don't matter what you do, you're innocent until proven guilty, and you still have to have evidence to convict the person of the crime that he's being charged with. That's how our judicial system is set up. So I mean, so we ain't saying that nigga's innocent on a lot of shit, because he was a gatekeeper, bro. And he gate kept a lot of that shit that had to go on for you to move up. Yeah, right. Spinderella, your life is on. Like once you sign them contracts and they invested in all these millions of dollars in you, yeah, your life, yeah, that's not your life no more. They actually give you a new life. Actually, everything is written out for you. Like everything, like they basically write you a whole nother life. Like you ain't even who you are anymore. Yeah, they basically reprogram your whole life, because you're an investment at this point. They're not gonna want to jeopardize the investment. So if they invest $100 million into you, they're not gonna want to jeopardize the investment. So they're gonna do anything to protect their investment and their interest. So yeah, these people is given a whole new life. Hell yeah. They ain't even allowed to be around certain family members. They ain't allowed to be with certain outsiders. Yeah, that's how that shit work. They put everybody they put in your life. Like I even hear Kanye say it. Like everybody put in your life is there to basically watch you. From your lawyer to your accountant to your assistant to your hairdresser to your makeup artist to your gym instructor, your fitness instructor, your stylist. Everybody is there to keep eyes on your ass. You gotta remember, you coming in as the new booty. You don't have a stylist. You don't have a lawyer. You don't have a makeup artist or none of that shit. All that shit is given to you. So a lot of those people work with other celebrities. So you're basically watched 24/7 by the people that's put into your life. You gotta remember, they just signed you to a contract and you're the investment. So they're gonna give you everybody that you have that requires to keep your career sustained. They're not gonna allow you to bring in your own people, because they don't trust the people that you with. You bringing in your cousin, your friend from, you know what I mean, from childhood. They're like, I don't trust none of these niggas. Who is these people? So everybody you come in, everybody that signs these major contracts and all that is given. Everybody that's putting into their life is given to them, and they're watched 24/7, bro. So, and that shit is ran like the mafia. So when you hear the mob talk about friend of mine and friend of ours and shit like that, and we're not even allowed to be with outsiders, you giving a whole new family, and that organization is your family. They're not gonna trust nobody from the outside. You see what I'm saying? So that entertainment industry is ran the same exact way. They were like, yeah, I want to bring my cousin in his makeup, and you gonna tell them, yeah, I want to bring my cousin in as my stylist and my makeup artist. They like, man, if you don't get the hell out of here, we don't even know your goddamn cousin. They were like, this is my money. I'm investing in you, and I put in, and I hire who I want you. You know what I mean? Who I want you, basically to, right. Like that shit don't make no sense, bro. And like I said, Diddy was one of those gatekeepers, bro. Said Diddy was not a gatekeeper. Shit, you explain to me how he wasn't a gatekeeper for the blacks to run in that industry. If he had the power to get Wendy Williams taken off the radio, what that tell you right there? Is that gatekeeping or not? If he's blackballing people and preventing certain people from getting deals and shit, is that not gatekeeping or what? You tell me what that is. Somebody said Diddy isn't. I'm not saying he's. Of course, there's higher up gatekeepers that even he had to take orders from. But we saying Diddy was a gatekeeper as far as bringing in entertainers. Yeah, it's certain. But the thing about it is, it's certain. Like I even heard Mike Epps say it. Like he said, he content where his career is at. I mean, he wasn't able to move up higher because, like you said, the higher you move up, you gotta give up something. So you have some entertainers that's comfortable where their position is at. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to move up higher. They're content where they at because they know any type of moving up higher requires you to give up a little bit more of yourself. Because you gotta think about the rooms you going into, they gotta be able to trust you with certain information. You see what I'm saying? They gotta be able to trust you with certain information that's being. It's the same thing like with the presidents becoming president of the United States. They're not privy to that black book until they actually get elected and they actually get sit in that seat. No president has ever seen that black book before they became president. No one knows what's in that black book except the presidents and the people that hand that shit to them. So you gotta understand, it's always a chain of command when it comes to that shit. So a lot of artists, a lot of entertainers is cool at a certain position where they don't want to move up higher because they know that requires for you to give a little bit more, you sacrifice a little bit more of yourself because the information that you given, yeah, I mean, you privy to information nobody else is privy to. So it's always a pyramid. It's always like the top of the pyramid. Like the bottom of the pyramid never gonna know what the top pyramid is doing. You see what I'm saying? Like, as far as like inside information. You're not gonna be privy to certain information from the inside because you're not at that level. So I heard Mike Epps say on, I think it was on the Breakfast Club, where he said, "Yeah, I'm cool where I'm at." You know what I mean, like, far as I'm content where I'm at, far as in my career, because he know if he any higher, he want to move up. That nigga got to give up. You got to give up something, bro. What Cat Williams say, you got to give up that booty. Somebody got to maybe get sacrificed and murdered because they giving you privy, you in rooms where information is being exchanged, and you invited to certain parties and certain shit, and you seeing certain shit with your eyes. They can be like, all right, well, we don't know if this nigga gonna go back and tell, or you know what I mean, or snitches out, go back and tell somebody, and they don't know. They got to be able to trust you. They got to have dirt on you, bro. That's why the nigga Epstein. That's why the nigga. That's why we know that nigga Epstein, bro. He was one of the main corporates of that shit, bro. That nigga was inviting people to that island, Epstein Island, secretly recording people, getting dirt on them. A lot of that shit they used, the bribe people as well. So yeah, they could use that shit to bribe you into a position as well. Yeah, that's why they would never release that real Epstein list. We would never be privy to that real Epstein list. Yeah, they gave us some. They gave us some surface level Epstein files, and I'm like, this still don't prove it. And the thing about you gotta peep it too. The Epstein list still doesn't prove those people did any crimes or anything. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's another thing too. So they released those Epstein lists on some bullshit because it still doesn't mean you could tie those people into a crime unless you have evidence. Because just because they was on Epstein jet doesn't mean a crime was committed as well. So and the thing about it, they're not going to investigate certain people, bro. That's on that real Epstein list, or not. They are not going to investigate those folks. Other world leaders and shit like that. Who's going to really hold them accountable? I mean, just think about that. Who's going to hold another world leader accountable for some shit? Epstein, like, come on, bro. They said not guilty. Not guilty. I don't know. We waiting for a verdict, man. Let me go ahead and play this video, man. Yo, make sure y'all support the shop, man. 90dayherbals.com as well. We sell nothing but high quality, products, man. Natural detoxes, sea moss tea, sea moss infused, sea moss fruit infused sea moss gel, high quality CBD, cigarettes, pre-rolls, vapes, and all that good things, man. Soap, herbal soaps, body oils, high quality hair conditioner, hair stuff for hair growth and everything. Check us out, man. 90dayherbals.com. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat as well. And the link is in the description of this video, man. Support us, independent business. We sponsor our own videos, bro. We ain't sponsored by no corporation, none of that shit, because they can't. You notice the people that sponsor can't talk like this. Just think about the people that sponsored by a corporation. They can't even talk like this, bro. They podcast, they ain't saying none of this shit on their podcast because they can't. Because they endorsed by corporations. So they can't even talk this shit we talking right now. The shit me and bro come on here and talk about, they can't talk about that shit, bro. They endorsed by McDonald's and Coca-Cola and all these big corporations. They can't talk like this, my nigga. So we formulated a shop where we can work with independent mindset of people like us that knows what's going on, that make their own products. We make our own products as well. And these high quality products at that. So we sponsor our own shit so we could talk the way we want to talk. We ain't want to be sponsored by nobody, bro. Ain't gonna be sponsored by nobody so they can control everything you say. Like, what the hell? Yeah, bro. Some people gonna feel like he's not guilty. Some people gonna say guilty. I mean, it's always gonna be that split, bro. Like, but it's really what the court say. Like, public opinion don't matter when it comes to what the court decide. You see what I'm saying? So our opinion is just our opinion. The courts, they gonna handle that shit how they gonna handle it. You see what I'm saying? So I advise people don't get too emotionally attached to shit like this because it's other real shit that's going on. And that's what I've been talking about for majority of this live stream. The real shit that they're distracting us from. So I don't want y'all to get so hung up on this Diddy shit where y'all be emotional about this shit and all that. Because that's how they know that's how they, capsulize our energy basically based on the fact that they can get us emotional about some shit. And they use that energy against us. So I don't want y'all to get too, hung up on this shit. Because when all this shit go off, y'all got to go back to your regular lives anyway. And that's what really counts. You turn all this shit off, this live stream in, y'all turn all this internet shit off, y'all got to go back to your regular lives. You see what I'm saying? And that's what that's what really counts. The shit that's happening in your real life. The shit that affecting your real life. Like the chemicals in the food and shit like that. That's affecting your real life. The chemicals in the food, the chemicals in the products that we using every day, that's the shit that's affecting your real life. Yeah, that's affecting your real life and your kids' life. That's the shit that should be talked about for real, is to how they putting all these chemicals in our food, bro. Niggas getting cancer at an early age. Diabetes, heart problems, you know what I'm saying? Back pains, headaches all day. Like this is from the chemicals in the food, my nigga. The chemicals in the products that we use every day. This is the shit that's affecting us for real, though. This Diddy shit ain't gonna affect us in our day-to-day life. But them goddamn chemicals that them corporations is giving us every day affecting us in our real lives, affecting our families' lives. Yeah, that's the shit that really matter, bro. That's the stuff that really matters. Right, bowel cancer through the roof, heart problems through the roof, bro. Colon cancer, breast cancer, like all these corporations that's being sued, like they didn't like all the products they didn't sold us black women, sold the black women like getting cervical cancer through all the hair conditioners and shit they didn't sold the hair relaxers and all that. There's cases in the billions right now against these corporations. Goddamn Just For Me and all these other hair care products and shit that sold relaxers, and they still in business today. That's what I'm saying. They got billion-dollar lawsuits against, and they still selling this shit on the market today. You go in any freaking CVS or Rite Aid, and there's a small ass aisle still selling all this poison shit to us. Yeah, holla at us for that. Right. Tell them, Jamel, they better holla at us for that sea moss. Because that's the minerals and shit that your body needs to even fight off a lot of this. The detoxes and all that shit. Your body needs to fight all these chemicals and shit up. Because you gotta realize the chemicals that's going into our body, we can't get rid of those chemicals unless we detox and fasting and shit like that. Like, those chemicals are not for human consumption. So it's being stored in our joints and shit like that. So the chemicals can't even be removed unless you're using natural shit to detox your body with, to actually get rid of the chemicals and heavy metals. Because that shit don't leave your body. All that shit do is store up in your joints. That's why a lot of people walking around with knee pains and back pains and headaches all day, because you can't get rid of those chemicals unless you actually use natural herbs and shit that actually detox your body with. Bro, it's 50 million ingredients in back of one product, bro. You go in the supermarket, you flip the joint over, phosphate and yellow 5, yellow blue 40, and chemical dyes and all this shit you can't even pronounce. And one product. It'd be like 50 ingredients in one product in the back of the box, bro. Like, come on, bro. And that's not even fit for human consumption. At this point, you just eating straight chemical, bro. It ain't even food, bro. You just eating straight chemical. Straight up chemicals, bro. All this fast food shit, straight chemical, bro. They ain't nothing but a get high sandwich you eating. You going through the drive-through and shit, that ain't nothing but a get high sandwich, my nigga. That's a get high sandwich you eating, bro. Ain't even no real food. And this the shit that's affecting us on a daily basis, bro. Like, this ain't even no game. This ain't no, I mean, like, this ain't a game, bro. This is the shit that's affecting us in our real lives on a day-to-day basis. Like, these corporations is not getting rid of the chemicals, bro. Like, I see RFK trying to make some moves. You know what I mean? But we know he can't fight that shit alone. It's up to the people. For real, it's up to the people. Like, once you stop spending your money on that shit, that's gonna put them out of business tomorrow. That'll put their ass out of business by tomorrow, bro. People say, nah, we don't want to buy this shit we don't want to buy these chemicals. We don't want these chemicals in the food. Like, you got to do what they did, what Italy did, Russia did, China did, UK did, Canada did. They's like, yo, we don't want these chemicals in the food no more. People stopped buying it. They had to change up the whole program, bro. America, the only people still eating these chemicals, bro. Consuming these chemicals. We ain't said no yet. Like, we ain't said no yet. Like, we don't see nobody saying no yet. Yeah, all the other countries and follow through with they shit. America, the only one still eating all these goddamn chemicals in the food. But they want us to pay attention to Diddy all day. Nah, man, hell no. F that nigga when it comes to these corporation poisoning us. Hell no. F this nigga Diddy. At the end of the day, for real. Yeah, right. See, McCall said that's why are so fat. Yeah, that's why this country's so fat. Like obesity and shit. Yeah, it's the chemicals, bro. Yeah, you go to other countries, bro. You don't see that many obese people and shit like that. You go into certain countries, it's barely any obesity. You come to America, bro, everybody obese. But even if you ain't obese and you slim and you in shape, that ain't stop you from eating the chemicals though, bro. Like, it's the chemicals. It ain't the cholesterol. It ain't the goddamn fat and none of that. It's the chemicals. We can overcome the cholesterol and all that shit, but one thing we can't do is overcome those chemicals. Once them chemicals goes into your system, that shit's stored in your system. Right, right. See, even though you in shape and all that, yeah, that ain't doing nothing about them chemicals, right? You gotta stop eating the chemicals. I done seen plenty of people in shape die. You know what I mean? People in shape like hell, cut like hell, muscular like hell. You know what I mean? In shape, they still die because of them chemicals. And they ain't stop eating them chemicals. That's why it's important to shop at your local butcher, man. Local farmers markets. You gotta find farmers markets in your area. People that grow that shit themselves, they don't use the chemicals, and you actually get to see how your meat is being raised. You know what I mean? And all that. Like, you need to go to local butchers and local farmers markets to get your vegetables and your fruits and your meats and shit like that. And you need to find local springs in your area too to get clean water, because that bottled water and all that shit ain't safe neither. And it's damn sure that spigot water ain't safe. I ain't like my crib, I got filters on everything. So if you ain't put filters on your shower, on your goddamn sinks, you should have filters on every sink in your damn house. Your shower head should be a filter on your shower head. Right. You say you shop at Arabic meat. Yeah, halal, kosher. Yeah, yeah. Like, you might go to the Jewish man for the kosher, or go to the halal man. You know what I'm saying? Or go to the Amish. Like, I live where the Amish, you know what I mean, near the Amish. So a lot of shit we get and a lot of products that we sell, like we work with the Amish as far as growing our CBD and shit. So, if you're familiar with the Amish, they are farmers from birth. They always, you know, they still practice the old way of farming. They don't use chemicals and none of that shit. So that's why our CBD is so potent, because we got the Amish to grow our CBD. You know what I mean? They're not spraying it with nothing. I mean, they're not, using UV lights to grow it under UV lights. Nah, this shit is growing out in the field, getting sunlight, getting the information from the sun, straight to the plant, grown in season. That's why when people use our CBD, we're like, damn, that shit worked like instantly, because it's that high quality CBD, and it's grown a certain way. It's grown the old ancient traditional way, or how you grow hemp. A lot of the other shit that's being sold out here is being sprayed down. Shit, it's being sprayed so it can grow faster. It's being sprayed so it can grow out of season. It's being put in, like, under light UV lights, and grown in like grow houses and shit like that. Because a lot of that shit is grown out of season. So it's to make it potent, they got to spray it down with certain shit to make it potent. You know what I'm saying? So when people use our CBD, they realize it works instantly because this shit is grown a specific way. You know what I'm saying? It's grown the actual traditional way, in the ancient way. So, like I said, man, you gotta find your local butchers, your local farmers markets, man. Like y'all can just go search up local farmers markets in your area. For y'all, of course, y'all that live in the Philly area, Reading Terminal, of course, the Reading Terminal is where you go get your some meats, your seafood, fish, vegetables, and fruits, because a lot of that should be farmers that bring it to the Reading Terminal and sell it out. That's like one of the oldest farmers markets in this country anyway. That one in Philadelphia is one of the oldest uh, farmers type markets in this country. If not the oldest. I think it might be the oldest. If I'm not mistaken, I did the history. I think I think that's the oldest one in this country. Because that's around the time, Ben Franklin and all them up, all them up was in the Philadelphia area. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of this area still carry. That's why we deal with the Amish, because the Amish still carry that old way, that old traditional way of farming and shit. They still keep that tradition going. And they build everything they do. They build from the ground up, from their homes to their furniture to their farming. They do all that shit themselves. They don't outsource with nothing. That's the thing about it. They don't outsource with nothing. The Amish, they do all that shit themselves. Yeah, right. Fact. 12th and Arch, the Reading Terminal. But any state y'all in, there's always local farmers and farmers markets and natural meat places that y'all can find in y'all area. It don't matter where you at, California, New York, especially in the South. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all should be going to y'all, natural butchers, y'all local farmers, and get y'all meats and get y'all fruits and vegetables, bro. Because anything sold in them supermarkets, all that shit is imported from either Mexico, China, and various other places around the world, and it's all sprayed down. Like, they gotta spray it down in order for it to sustain life, for it to even be transported. And like, they gotta spray it down for it to even stay. You know what I mean? So, and that's where a lot of the cancer and shit is coming into play. So, yeah, man, just do your research, man. Start paying attention to shit that really matters, that actually affect our day-to-day life, man. Because once we turn this Diddy shit off, like, you know what I mean, you gotta go back to your regular life. Once they find this nigga guilty or not guilty, it's back to, you know what I mean. You gotta go back to your life. Shit, this shit is like entertainment for most of the people that's really tuned in. Shit is entertainment, really. Right, William. Right, they got everything at the Reading Terminal. Fresh rabbit, goat, like the seafood is fresh. The fruits and vegetables is fresh. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. What? Hold on, I might got an update for y'all. I got an update for y'all. Hold on, y'all. All right, let me see something real quick. Might got a quick update for y'all.
Defense witnesses or anything like that, because as we know, the defense didn't put up any witnesses. So I wonder, does that kind of go through their head as they're listening to all of this? Because it really was kind of going back and forth between mainly Cassie and Jane for the most part.
It might. On the other hand, they could say, no, the defense thoroughly cross-examined these witnesses, confronted them about problematic texts and Instagram posts or social media posts and alleged actions and staying with him. I mean, they really focused on the idea that these alleged victims could leave, and they eventually did leave, and then nothing happened to them. That's what, I mean, the defense's argument. So they might say, the defense said this is all about money. They were all out for something. They were never sex trafficked victims. It'll be curious to see what the jury thinks. And, the defense has said this is all about domestic violence. It's about love. It's about jealousy. It's not a federal crime. Real quick, because I know you have to jump in, I want to ask you a couple more things. So Agnifilo also hit upon, I think, one of the arguably weaker points of the case, right? Racketeering conspiracy. He was saying what? That Sean Combs is the only one charged here. There was no one testified that was part of a criminal enterprise. There's no evidence, anyone that was a co-conspirator, including Christina Coram, his former chief of staff. Did you feel that that was a key moment, really striking at the heart of racketeering conspiracy? There's no criminal agreement. There's no criminal enterprise.
Right. I think it definitely is, because even Mark Agnifilo was saying things along the lines of, other celebrities, they use their assistants to go get them stuff. They're not celebrities who just walk into CVS. In terms of the security, even the security all has firearms because they are security guards. They're professional guards. They have the license to carry, all of those things. And even just kind of bringing back just the HSI raids where Mark Agnifilo is kind of like, well, the guns just miraculously were all just, they were all brought out. No one knew where they came from. They could have been under the children's bed, all of that stuff. But in terms of just the RICO conspiracy and some of the alleged co-conspirators, Mark Agnifilo said that everyone needs a KK, that KK was somebody who was always Sean Combs' like right-handed woman, that type of thing. And I will say, when Mark Agnifilo said that everyone needs a KK, I did see Sean Combs over at the defense table kind of nodding his head along. But Mark Agnifilo saying that he's not charged with racketeering, but racketeering conspiracy. And he points out that the government never called a co-conspirator to the witness stand. So the defense kind of even pointing out the particular incident with Cassie and Carrie Morgan, both who had testified during this trial, but about the hammer incident where Sean Combs had allegedly come over to, I believe it was either Cassie's apartment with a hammer, and that he was like kind of threatening her. But the defense was pointing out that during this time, Cassie and Carrie Morgan, they didn't call police to turn in Sean Combs. What they ended up doing was calling Christina Coram and D-Rock. And then Mark Agnifilo said, did anyone say that KK or D-Rock was a co-conspirator? He said that the government is making it sinister, that he has personal security, and says that Agnifilo also pointed out that Sean Combs isn't charged with firearms, just as an outright charge. And so in terms of just but even in terms of just Cassie's allegation, where she said she was made to carry firearms for Sean Combs, Mark Agnifilo pointed out it was the security guard who actually gave Cassie Ventura the firearm that she had to go into, I guess, the club with, that type of thing. So really kind of saying that this isn't an enterprise, that this isn't a criminal enterprise, I should say, but that these are just people who are working for Sean Combs, who's a high-powered celebrity, that he wants his privacy, that he wants his personal time, and he should be entitled to that because this isn't a criminal act.
Raising reasonable doubt. That's what they were trying to do. And we're kind of summarizing and condensing it here. And real quick, the prosecution had a rebuttal delivered by the prosecutor, Maureen Comey, in this case, the lead prosecutor, I believe. And remember, it makes sense because this is the prosecution's case. They have to prove the charges beyond reasonable doubt. It makes sense that they get the last word. Real quick, Elizabeth, these are the things that stood out to me. One, where she highlighted, so the defense's theory is that Cassie wanted to be urinated on, that Jane wanted to have sex with a man after being beaten, that Mia wanted to be sexually assaulted, that Cassie and Jane wanted to spend days in oil with UTIs and high heels. They were strange men, basically saying Agnifilo is tossing up excuse after excuse. And also there was this other part where they basically say that these women didn't have any financial incentive to testify, right? So the idea is Cassie had already settled her lawsuit. So what is she's risking? Perjury in a federal trial. Mia had already settled in mediation. There's no reason for them to come forward and put on what I think she said was a show for you. Those were the two biggest points in rebuttal to me. I know you have to jump out real quick, but if you wanted 30 seconds just to respond.
Yeah, of course. And so from the prosecution rebuttal, even things like Maureen Comey saying that the defense put a whole lot of energy into blaming the victims and the United States government, and pretty much kind of bringing home the point that in Sean Combs's world, he couldn't take no for an answer. So really, even at the end, Jesse, where Maureen Comey is like, the defendant thinks that he's above the law. He beat Cassie. He raped Mia. He bribed security to cover it up. In his mind, he thought he was untouchable. Who stands up to a god? He didn't think that the women would even stand up to him. And so even Maureen Comey, I think her final words were saying that the defendant is not a god. He's a person. He stands equal in the law. Find him guilty. So I really think kind of driving home those points of just different instances in terms of payment for sex, racketeering conspiracy, the kidnapping of Capricorn Clark in 2011, the points of Cassie, Mia, Jane, Kid Cudi, I think really kind of bringing home those points. And to your point also, Jesse, about the prosecution saying that the victims don't have anything at stake anymore, that Cassie did get her settlement, that Mia did settle years prior to this, and that Jane has no intention on filing a lawsuit, that she doesn't even have a lawsuit kind of, in a filed at this point anyway either. And so I think the prosecution, especially since they had the final word and the final message to the jury, was really kind of bringing back maybe any seeds of doubt that the jury may have had after listening to the defense's closing argument, and really trying to kind of prove their case in that final message, so that way the government can say that he is guilty on all of the charges.
All right, we'll see. It's going to be in the jury's hands. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the great reporting as always. And that's all.
All right, y'all, let me switch to this update real quick, y'all. All right, see, Law and Crime just put out an update. Let me know if y'all can hear it too.
Breaking news. We have a juror question, you guys. This is a breaking update. And I think that's the beauty of the live stream that we have here. I am live in the Southern District of Manhattan with the courthouse here behind me. And kind of what we have as our setup is we have our camera ready, our lights going. Elizabeth Milner and I are sitting here waiting for any updates. Elizabeth gets the notification. Okay, we've got an update from the courtroom. She runs in there. I hop in front of the camera so we can bring you the latest. And that's just what I'm doing now. So here's what we have from the courtroom behind me. This is according to Maureen Comey. She says that the jury is asking for transcripts from 2 witnesses. And Maureen Comey, of course, is the lead prosecutor for the government. So it sounds like just about 7 hours, a little bit past worth of deliberations. And we now have another question from the jury asking for 2 transcripts of witness testimony. I've got a lot of questions, and I bet you guys do too. So if you have them, make sure to write them and send them into the chat there, and we'll get to as many as we can, because of course we want to know what's happening. And the good news about Law and Crime is that we come prepared, right? So I'm ready to go live, and we have our studio live too, actually, with our lead legal counsel. So let's bring her in right now. This is Elizabeth Zulai. I bet you Law and Crime viewers remember her. She's been on a lot. Elizabeth, thank you for coming on at the drop of a hat to make sense of all of this with us. So what are you thinking, Elizabeth? These jurors want transcripts from 2 witnesses. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, so it's not surprising. I mean, again, you think about the mountains of evidence that the jurors have to go through, all of the witness testimony. We're talking about multiple weeks of testimony here. So the fact that they want to be able to go back and look at certain transcripts, it's not surprising. Again, from the very first week, we saw multiple witnesses, former victims of Combs, people that witnessed, allegedly things happening between him and Cassie and other people. So there's a variety of things that they've listened to at this trial. So the fact that they want to go back and be able to, look through, unfortunately, we don't know, which witnesses, we don't know what they're looking at, but it does make sense. And again, the amount of responsibility that they have on their hands, if he's fully convicted, he could face up to the rest of his life in prison. So they've got a really, really weighty decision on their hands. So it's not surprising they want to go back and, ask for certain things. I think we'll continue to see that.
If they get that boy life.
I think you're right, and it shows that the jurors are taking their job seriously, because to your point, this is about 2 months that they've been hearing testimony from witness after witness, seeing text messages or videos or photos, and it's a lot. I mean, we overall here remember the highlights, right? Of course, Cassie, Jane, and Mia, but there were so many other witnesses that the government also felt were important enough to call during all of this. And again, to your point, Elizabeth, we don't know exactly which witnesses these jurors were questioning or wanting the transcripts from. I know in my mind who I would guess. Could you venture a guess who you think they want the testimony from?
Yeah, it's tough to speculate. I would imagine that they might want to get testimony from some of the former victims, possibly Cassandra Ventura, because in my opinion, she really was the strongest witness when it came to testifying as to all the different levels of charges against Combs. So again, everything from the racketeering to the trafficking, all of the alleged drug charges and everything in between. So, and she testified for a long time, with cross-examination and her testimony, she was up there, I believe, for about a week. So it wouldn't surprise me if they want to pull something from her, possibly, maybe from one of the former escorts who alleges that, he engaged in these freak-offs with Cassandra Ventura. It could also be that they might want to pull from some of the other alleged victims who testified against Combs as well. They didn't testify for quite as long as Cassie, so it could be something like that. That would be my guess, is probably one of the victims, because again, they have the most allegedly, firsthand knowledge of what's going on or what happened.
That's where my mind went to, Elizabeth, especially because we've had these people on, to your point, multiple days. I mean, Cassie was on probably the most, but Mia and Jane, their testimony and their cross-exam, direct and cross, was pretty lengthy. And so, of course, they're going to remember the highlights, they meaning the jurors, but I'm sure there are specifications in the transcripts that they're going to want to kind of hone in. And I'm also wondering, by the way, we do have some viewer questions and I'll get to them in a second, but I have another question for Elizabeth myself. I'm wondering, does this show us anything about deliberations, perhaps where they are in terms of reaching a verdict or what they could be discussing?
Yeah, it's difficult to say for sure, but I think I don't think it's that at the very beginning stages of deliberation, right? They started yesterday officially, early in the day yesterday. They got the judge's instructions. They had a whole day. So I think it seems like they used that day to their advantage and discussed all of the different charges. And the fact that they're asking already for copies of the transcripts means that they want to double check things. I think it also, to me, it seems like they might already have a decision somewhat made up in their minds, at least some of them. So they want to really double check to make sure the evidence that they think is there was actually there. To me, it could also be an indication of possible disagreement. Maybe some of the jurors think one way, some of the other jurors think the other way, and they want to be able to really cross-reference the transcripts to see, can we come to some sort of unanimous verdict here? So I think it could be either one of those.
I mean, we all just want to be a fly on the wall of the deliberation room, right? There are so many different options of what all of this could mean. And I do want to go now to some of our viewer questions, because we do have a couple of really good ones. This one is from Michelle S. Kennedy. Here's what she says. Question: if it goes to retrial, can prosecutors go after different charges or use different witnesses? Thanks for all you do. Your trial coverage has been great. Thank you, Michelle, for watching, and all of you who have been sending us such positive messages. We love to hear that. So, Elizabeth, I'm going to shoot that one over to you. What happens if there's a retrial?
That's right. So retrial is basically the prosecutors get to do the trial all over again. So they get to put forward the same witnesses, the same evidence, same charges, but they have an opportunity to make changes. And we've seen that happen in other cases in the past, the Menendez case, for example. Having a retrial doesn't exactly mean that you can do the exact same thing. They could try to push for the same witnesses and same charges, but, you're not 100% sure if it's going to be an exact repeat. So there might be certain witnesses that they can't put on if there's a retrial. There might be additional witnesses or additional evidence that they could put on. The benefit of a retrial, even though it's an arduous process, is the prosecutors have more time to uncover more possible details. So they could go after the same charges. It all just depends on what the judge says, and they could try to push for additional evidence, less evidence. They have an opportunity to maybe learn from what they did the first time. It just depends on what the judge will allow, because again, we've seen in cases prior, again, mentioning the Menendez case, where the judge ruled out a lot of evidence the second time around. So they could try to push for the same charges and same trial, but it just depends on the judge.
And again, we are jumping ahead if we're talking about a retrial. It's a possibility. We just saw this in Karen Reed. I'm sure a lot of our viewers who are watching now were watching the live stream there, and we did see it. So it is possible. Also in the Harvey Weinstein case, we saw a mixed verdict, right? We saw that one was a hung jury. So it is possible to have a retrial. But again, we're still in deliberations, a bit over 7 hours now. And I do have another update for you from the courtroom as Agnifilo, Shapiro, Steele, and Westmoreland huddle. By the way, these are all defense attorneys. As they huddle back by gallery, a USA Comey turns and confirms with Combs's Xavier Donaldson seated in the middle table. Door to holding cell half opens. U.S. Marshal checking to see if it's time to bring Sean Combs out. Eventually, Sean Combs has now been brought out, and his lead lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, is talking with him. Shapiro and Westmoreland are working together on something on Shapiro's laptop. So it seems like everyone is involved here. And Elizabeth, I'm going to toss to you for this next question about all of it too. As far as Diddy being included in all of this, I know I was asking our reporter, Elizabeth Milner. That's kind of what we say here at Law and Crime, reporter Elizabeth or lawyer Elizabeth. So including both of you in this, I was asking reporter Elizabeth, where is Diddy during all of this, as we're waiting during deliberations? And she says he is in a holding cell nearby, but whenever there's anything, we got to bring him back out and make sure that he's included. Is that right, lawyer Elizabeth?
Right, that's correct. So let's say if there was any sort of question that was brought forward by the jury, if there's any sort of sidebar, like we call it, not the sidebar with Jesse Weber, but sidebar meaning conversations between both sides of counsel and the judge, then he has the right to be there. Again, this is his case. He has the right to representation and to a fair trial. So that's typically when they would bring him out. I did get a little excited when you mentioned that they were bringing him out because I thought, could they have a possible verdict already? It's still kind of a little bit early. It's only the second day. So I'd be surprised if they came up with something this fast. But yes, so basically anytime there's any sort of conferring with the judge and counsel, he would be brought in because he has the right to know, obviously, what's going on with his case.
It's so funny. Whenever we get an update, initially what it says is that the jurors have a note. And so immediately everyone's like, okay, is it a verdict? Is it go time? What is it? And then, of course, we learn maybe 20 minutes later what it actually is. But you're right, Elizabeth. We all want to know what is going on with the jurors. And I know that our viewers want to know, too. For those of you just tuning in, make sure to send us any of your questions into the chat. We've gotten some really good ones so far. This one is from Carrie RD. What is verdict watch? And this is a quick explainer I can just give. Right now, we're in verdict watch, meaning that the jury is in deliberations. They're talking, conferring about whatever they may be discussing that we may or may never know about. And so right now, we're watching and waiting for a verdict. And that's why we're doing this live coverage, because throughout verdict watch, there are updates such as this. Right now, the jurors want a couple of transcripts from prior testimony. And so we're here to give you updates. It could kind of give us a clue as to what way perhaps jurors are thinking. Are they close to wrapping up deliberation? Is there a hung jury? I mean, there's so many different options. So that's what Verdict Watch is. And welcome to Law and Crime's Verdict Watch. We're happy to have you here. I have another question. This one is from Jesse Davin. Question: does the court reporter read back the testimony in a monotone voice? How do they review testimony? I think it depends on the court reporter. Elizabeth, what is your experience?
It depends on the court reporter, but also what happens every single day of trial is that the court, and God bless the court reporters out there because it's not an easy job, but basically they're responsible for transcribing everything that happens each day of trial. And at the end of trial, they have to prepare that transcript, right? And it's disseminated. Obviously, it's disseminated amongst some members of the media. Counsel gets a copy. So each day you get a copy of that transcript. So thankfully, if the judges want to go back and look at pieces of testimony, they have that there and they don't necessarily have to go to the court reporter. If they wish to do so, then she can. But it would probably be a lot easier if they could just ask for references from the trial transcript. And that's why, we have amazing court reporters. That's really their job.
Oh, I'm so thankful for court reporters all over, specifically in this case, because it is a federal trial. So unfortunately, we can't live stream what's going on inside the courtroom. Obviously, in any sort of court situation, we can't live stream what's going on as far as deliberations, but in other trials, in some states, we can live stream all of the testimony, the openings and closings. We do it right here on Law and Crime. The difference with this case, however, is that it's federal. So there are simply no cameras allowed in the courtroom. And that's also why I've been so thankful for these court reporters, because we get the transcripts every night about 2 hours after court. And generally, I break them down on my show, Scandal, which if you're interested in P. Diddy or any sort of true crime, celebrity gossip, things like that, make sure to subscribe, because we talk about all things Diddy, all things celebrity. And really, I do rely a lot on those transcripts, because there's only so much a person can remember, a reporter can remember. I mean, we're talking 8 hours of testimony per day. The transcripts are really the tell-all. And I do think that's important for jurors to be able to go back, because our memories don't, recall every single second of it. Again, I could just talk about the transcripts for days. I love them. I do have another viewer question, though, and this one is from Sydney Sexton. She says, question: while the jurors deliberated, is it just the jurors present, or is there a court clerk, a bailiff monitoring the process? This is a great question, Sydney. Elizabeth, can you explain it?
It's a great question. So typically they do have some sort of bailiff or court reporter that's available to assist them with whatever they need. Typically, and the way that it should work is in that jury deliberation room, which we've all seen photos of. And like you said, Sierra, we all wish we could be a fly on that wall. But typically what happens is that the jurors are left alone to be able to deliberate. And the reason behind that is that they are the ones that are entrusted with making this decision, that they should have the privacy and the ability to talk about the issues that the trial presented openly, so that there's no judgment and they can try to come to a verdict. And again, this is not like a civil trial, where civil trial, you don't necessarily need a unanimous verdict. The judge had told them, you need a unanimous verdict here. Like I said, they're, have a really big decision on their hands. If he's convicted on all charges, he could go to jail for the rest of his life. So they want to be able to have that privacy to deliberate. But of course, there are bailiffs and court officers outside the rooms that can assist with whatever they might need.
The deliberation process, I can't talk about it enough, how important it is. It encapsulates the entire trial, and so much of it is going to be going back to the government's case, because of course the defense, yes, we heard from them on their openings, their closings, cross-exam. I can't say enough about the cross-exam. They were there and they were coming in hot and heavy for a lot of that cross. However, they didn't put on a traditional case, one that we might normally expect. The defense didn't call any witnesses. It wasn't, again, what we would normally expect. And so I have to remind our viewers, and I know that the judge reminded this to the jurors too, the burden of proof rests on the government. It's not the defense. They are allowed to not call a single witness and say, okay, innocent until proven guilty. The burden is on the government. And I know that's sometimes hard to explain, Elizabeth, but how important is it for the jurors to understand that?
Yeah, it's a great point. It's really important. And one of the things that the judges had instructed the jury when they were off to start making their deliberations was, Combs did not take the stand, and he was not required to take the stand. This is a criminal case. It's not a civil case where he'd be mandated to do that. And the fact that he didn't take the stand, it shouldn't be used against him, or the jury shouldn't take that to mean, any evidence of culpability or anything like that. And I thought that was a really important reminder from the judge, because again, that's a right that's protected, under the Constitution. You have the right to protect yourself from self-incrimination, meaning if you don't want to take the stand in a criminal case, you don't have to. So the fact that the judge had made that instruction to the jury, I think he really wanted to ride home the point that it's the prosecution's burden. The fact that he didn't take the stand, it shouldn't be used against him, which I wasn't surprised that he didn't take the stand. I was surprised that the defense didn't put on any witnesses of their own. I think there's could be a lot of reasons for that. They didn't maybe want to subject their witnesses to cross-examination. They might have saw that there was an uphill battle with some of the witnesses there. Who could they really produce that they could say would be an unbiased witness that could testify as to his good character? So there's all reasons for that, but it's really important to keep that in mind. And that's why I think the judge sent the jury starting off deliberations with that reminder.
There are so many things that the jurors are juggling, right? They have to remember, okay, we can't hold it against P. Diddy, Sean Combs, the defendant, because he didn't take the stand and testify. We can't hold it against the defense because they didn't call any other witness besides Diddy. They've got to think about the burden of proof. They've got to go through and look at all the predicate crimes involving RICO. We're talking bribery. We're talking kidnapping. There's so many things that they have to weigh. Least of all, the fact that we're 2 months into this case and they're trying to remember it all. So for those of you who are just joining us right now, we're breaking in for live coverage, a breaking update that the jurors have asked a question. We're about 7.5 hours into deliberation, and their question is, we would like the transcripts from 2 of the witnesses. Now, the question mark is which witnesses? Not sure, but I do have another update from the court. So AUSA Emily Johnson has now gone back and handed a piece of paper over to Sean Combs's lawyers. So that's the government handing a piece of paper over to the defense. AUSA Maureen Comey goes and sits next to Combs's Xavier Donaldson and shows him something on her laptop. So that's kind of where we're at right now, that both sides are talking about this. Sean Combs is in the courtroom behind me because we are live in the Southern District of Manhattan. So Elizabeth, what are you thinking with both sides conferring like this? It is interesting for me to see the prosecution and the defense kind of talking and chatting together because, of course, they're opposed sides. But what do you think is happening? Can you make sense of all of this with them discussing and handing notes back and forth to each other?
Yeah, it's interesting. So what I'm guessing is that there's a possibility that the jury is asking for further information. If it's just specific pages of trial transcripts that they want to look through, I don't think the counsel would need to be actively involved in that. They could just produce the transcripts. But if it's specific evidence, one of the things that they had asked for was possible evidence of the drug distribution. That goes to the racketeering aspect. So if it's, if you're having jurors that are saying we need this X page of the transcript, you wouldn't really need probably that much conferral from the counsel. But I think because they're asking for maybe a bit more general information about the drug charges, drug distribution, that could be the reason why the attorneys are conferring and figuring out, okay, what information do they exactly need? What can we give them? And which makes sense because whatever information you provide the jurors, both sides need to be appraised of it, need to understand what's going on, so that, there's not any potential argument that they're being given information that could be skewed one way or the other. So I think that could possibly be why there's so much back and forth between the attorneys. Maybe it's a more sort of general question that the jurors are asking. And we've seen that come up. Again, they've asked for information about the drug charges, and that goes more towards the racketeering case.
Yeah, and we can talk about the other questions too, because this is not the first juror question we've had so far. This seems like a very active jury. If you were asking me, I would say they're definitely talking through some of the issues, which is a positive thing, right? We're at 7.5 hours of deliberation that we have going here, and they do have a lot of questions. So I think you made a good point, Elizabeth, about this open dialogue. And we do have some more questions, by the way, from our viewers. So this is a great question. Spensenable says, why no cameras inside the court? And it's interesting, those of you who have been following along, our girl Anjanette Levy asked me this question yesterday, and I said, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that federal courts don't allow it, but I don't know the answer to that. Why? I should have asked a question. And so thankfully, our producers, Alex and Jordan, have sent me a response. It sounds like the federal rule of Criminal Procedure 53. Now, this rule prohibits photography or broadcasting of judicial proceedings in criminal cases. And I mean, this is true, something that we've seen. Some states don't even allow cameras at all, including New York, where I am right now. So even if it's a state case separate from federal, they don't allow cameras. Now, other states like my home state of Wisconsin, they allow cameras streaming all the time, depending on the trial. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Really good question, though. And I'm glad I'm educating myself. I'm learning with you guys throughout all of this, right? Now, another one of our questions from our viewers, Kenny Alexandra, she asks, what would be the worst case scenario if found guilty on any charge? And that would be life in prison. I mean, what do you think, Elizabeth? That's right. The top charge, the worst he could face is life behind bars, right?
That's right. Yeah. And keep in mind also, it's hard to imagine because he just has always sort of had this more youthful kind of partying persona. But Sean Combs is in his 50s. He might be 55. Don't quote me on the exact age. But yeah, exactly. So if he's convicted on these charges with that amount of time and where he's at in his life, he could face the rest of his life in prison. So that would be the worst case scenario. Some might say worst case scenario could also be a potential retrial because, having to have prosecutors and defense attorneys and even Sean Combs go through all of this a second time. That's just a nightmare situation for any court case. Prosecutors want to be able to nail this, hopefully on the first try. So it could also be worst case scenario for Sean Combs is facing the rest of his life in prison. Worst case scenario possibly for some of the other people involved is that this has to go to a retrial, which again, is very preliminary. There's no evidence that that's going to happen. It's just, it's always a slight possibility in cases like this.
Hopefully we get a verdict on this shit today, man. All right, let's go into this TMZ, Joe.
TMZ Live, Harvey Levin here.
Charles here.
The jury has had the Diddy case for only a matter of an hour or two, and there is already strife. And we are going to talk about what this means. But short story, the jurors sent a note to the judge already saying that juror 25 cannot follow the judge's instructions. I think I know what that means.
It certainly sounds like most of the jury, 11 jurors, agree on what they want to do here.
At least on something. We don't know.
Something. It could be just for one of the counts.
It could be for one of the counts. It could be for all of the counts.
Entire case.
It's weird that a couple hours in.
That they already send a note, because that means they're not even, there's no need for them to discuss anything. Like, we know this is what we want.
Feels like this guy's a holdout.
Right, and this one person is the holdout.
And so now the question, what does this mean? The only thing I can think of is if there are 11 people on one side, and again, we're guessing this.
Who very quickly know what they want to do.
Because if there were 5, why would they single out this one if 4 others felt the same way?
Right.
So it seems like this one guy feels differently from everybody else, and the everybody else part that has tried to convince this one guy, you got to look at the jury instruction, the judge's instructions,
right.
And the juror is saying, I don't care about the judge's instructions. At least that's the way the other 11 see it.
And it's not that he doesn't understand. We don't think it's that he doesn't understand the actual instructions, because what we know of his background from the jury selection process, he's a very educated man who's got a PhD in molecular biology. So
51-year-old white guy.
I don't think there's any.
I've so resisted guessing in this case, because you'd never know.
But because it's this quick.
It just feels like to me that this guy is saying, because it's the only thing that makes sense. I don't care what the judge is saying. I am not going to find Diddy guilty on whatever the charge is, whether it's racketeering or whatever else it is, because, for example, this feels like a bedroom police prosecution. It could be something that goes, this is called in the law, if this is the case, jury nullification, where a juror says, I don't care what the judge is telling me. The right thing to do is something else. That's what it's feeling like to me.
So if you're going to guess here, it's that the 11 are saying convict him. On one of the
something.
Counts,
that's what it feels like to me.
So when the note was handed to the judge explained what was going on to the prosecutors and to Diddy's defense. They all came up and had a meeting about this. What Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's co-lead attorney, said was, just tell them it's really early, Judge, and they should get back to figuring it out. If you're the defense and they send that note out this quickly,
it's bad news.
It's bad news.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
bad news.
Look, if the jury, if 11 people are saying one guy is just off the reservation, that can't be for acquittal. It just can't.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you. There's a small chance. I tend to agree with you that a bunch of people are saying the government just didn't prove their case, and this one man is saying, I don't care, Diddy's a dangerous person, and I don't want him on the streets. That's possible as well, that he's a holdout for the prosecution. I agree it's more likely your scenario, but I could also see them saying, look, he shouldn't be on the streets, and I don't care what the hell RICO says. I'm convicting him no matter what.
And by the way, again, I want to underscore what Charles is saying. Even if we're right, this could be as to one count.
Right.
It could be as to all counts.
We don't know. 4 counts, and
it's just shocking to me. Look, I covered
5 counts. So.
I covered the O.J. Simpson case, and it was a 9-month trial, and the jury took 2 hours. So, this is actually a little more complicated, because in OJ, it was just, did he do it or did he not? Or was a reasonable doubt. Here, there's RICO and there's sex trafficking and there's all this other stuff. So it's more complicated. It is just weird to me that they're coming in this quickly and this apparently unified, with the exception of one guy. It's It's kind of stunning to me.
Allie from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I think Diddy is going to be convicted on the RICO charge, particularly because he interfered his business and his personal gains for his personal gratification, for sexual gratification. Although this jury question is a bit concerning, I don't know. Are they hung on the reasonable doubt?
Well, the thing is, we don't know what this guy is doing.
Right. We don't know which way he's
I will
leaning.
say, just because the 11 people are saying he's not following instructions doesn't mean he's going to get kicked off. I mean, the judge is going to have a huge problem on appeal if he does that,
right?
Because then it's going to look like the trial was rigged.
Right.
So the judge is going to be very slow to get rid of this guy. They may do some clarification, but I would be stunned if at this point, this early on,
the judge got to send him back and say, work on this.
Just keep working on it, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, we will see. We're moving on.
Yes, to the Bezos-Sanchez wedding, which is over. I think by the time it actually happened, everybody.
What's the verdict? What's the verdict on this Diddy trial, man? We waiting on the verdict. We waiting on the verdict. What's the verdict, man? Ain't no way in the world they should be taking long with this deliberation. They should have had this shit over about a day. To be honest. I don't think this, like, if they was able to deliberate the OJ trial in 5 hours and other trials in 4 hours and all that, the deliberation for this trial shouldn't be. They say guilty. Somebody said guilty. Free Diddy. I've been actually seeing more free Diddy than guilty. Well, at least in our chat, I've been seeing it. People saying free Diddy. People saying guilty. He should do life in jail. But on the internet, it's a split decision. All right, I'm trying to get some more updates for y'all too. Let's go ahead and switch over to the courtroom. Try to get some more updates for y'all. He said never free again. This is more difficult and complicated than the OJ trial. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of just confusion with this trial. Just a lot of mess. Just a lot of mess with this trial too. A lot more witnesses. They had like 30-something witnesses for this trial. Yep. I'm gonna try to get some more updates for y'all. Updates on this trial. And old ass Jimmy Swagger passed away. Man, 90 years old. Yeah, I remember Jimmy Swagger, televangelist. Back in the day, goddamn Jimmy Swagger. These niggas playing music in the background. You know how they YouTube is with the copyrights. They be picking that shit right up. These niggas playing Biggie in the background and shit. I ain't trying to be hit with no copyright claim because they playing music in the back. I know how they is with YouTube. Be picking that shit up real quick. I mean, hell no. Shout out to y'all just coming ahead. Please double tap the screen to like this video if you haven't. I appreciate that. Make sure y'all support our independent shop too. The video is sponsored by 90dayherbals.com. Make sure y'all check out our shop, man, for high quality products, CBD, detox, CMOS, hair care and skincare products as well. We got stuff on there for pain. We got stuff on there for hair growth. Make sure y'all check out our website. I'm gonna drop the link. 90herbals.com. Maybe ship out fast too, so y'all can Google us too. 5 stars on Google. Check us out. Check us out. See, they done playing music and shit.
I'm on 36% of my Jeffrey. My allergy is full, but I'm concerned that this shooting goes late. Exactly. And these aren't charging off board. Absolutely. Right. And I'm saying maybe it might have to do it. I want to be like, it's important, and then it's, when it matters. Besides, he drinks a lot faster than the 300, yeah? Oh, do you have the one with the AC power? What, $10? Like these, for some reason, these aren't charged. Like, you know, the ranges keep the charge out. It's huge. These aren't power.
Oh my God. Feel that? I know that kind of You keep it open? Just, oh my God, thank you so much. You're the best. Let me not block it. I know. Thank you. I know. Holy, you're our hero. Thank you. As soon as I woke up this morning, I can't wait to go to bed. What? It's gonna thunderstorm. What are you doing here, girl? We got this covered. But normally it's like I do feel like Fox I was like, it's really, I was like, how did I say I bet you thought of something. I think I said like the way I was going to navigate this. Cool. I don't know exactly what I said, but I basically said it. Oh my god. Nothing wrong with that. Yo, I hung out with him. It's so weird. Forgettable. Oh, Lord have mercy. That feels so good. Could you?
Yo, Ian. Is that Sarah? Oh, no. Good to see you.
put down. Like someone's asking you to interview. No, most of the streamers are like, we want documentation. We want you to feel opinion. Yeah. Every under 7 is not a good time. I heard the other I went to my gym, the Chelsea Piers gym. I didn't feel it. Like, I don't know. When they get a spray bottle yesterday, and it's like, for alcohol. Yeah. It's just like fresh. It's not overly. It makes you feel fresh. You want some mouth spray? Go back. Oh my Lord. Thank you. Algae. I know, I just did it. Oh, they're not algae. Wait, let's play it when I'm done with my legs. Imagine on the Diddy trial, totally passed out. She's lying face down in front of 500 Pearl Street at and then just sent a picture of me. She would be like, someone get her water, get her back up in the bed. I don't think so. Sean Diddy trial, the sex trafficking trial, the jury is deliberating. What is that? No, I know, that's what I mean. You too. Love it.
And even
we got her. We got Queen Elizabeth Milner, Long Crimes in Court reporter with us. Everybody's been waiting. All the questions are flowing in. Elizabeth, great to see you as we continue deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Let's get right into it. This is from Corey Boone. I heard it was pandemonium on Friday, Elizabeth, when the family was leaving. Are there new rules on how the media public should conduct themselves during the verdict?
Oh, well, obviously, we were all kind of told not to have any outbursts, not to say anything kind of, as far as like applause or as far as just an overtly emotional reaction. So we were told to pretty much keep quiet. But as far as pandemonium goes, I don't think it was necessarily the case on Friday during, closing argument at that point. And so from what I could tell just of the family's reaction, and by the way, Jesse, more of his family members did show up. And even though we're just getting jury notes at this point, we're not even at the verdict portion yet. I will say that a lot of his support system definitely made their way into that courtroom today, even though we're still waiting on a verdict at this point. So I hope that answers the viewer's question there.
We got another one coming in from Sylvia Nunez. How did the prosecution do in making the argument that victims of what is being alleged will have a soft spot for abusers? Does that question make sense to you? You get what Sylvia's asking, right?
I might need to do like a lawyer move right there and ask for a rephrasing of the question.
Yeah. So basically, I think it is that how did the prosecution do in making the argument that, look, these victims, Cassie, Jane, Mia, they may have conflicted emotions regarding Sean Combs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not victims of sex trafficking or violence of some kind, or forced labor. If you're talking about Mia, they can still be victims despite the fact that they stayed in touch with him or wrote glowing messages to him or set things up. What was your take on how the prosecution explained that, how they got in front of that during closing arguments?
Well, I think it's a question that a lot of people have in their minds, right? Especially when you're talking about interpersonal conflicts, you're talking about interpersonal relationships. And I go back to a question that always remains, Jesse, is a lot of people have, or that a lot of people do have, is like, why don't they leave? If they could leave, why didn't they do that? And I think the government did a good job as far as sprinkling Dr. Don Hughes' testimony in during their closing argument as they were talking about why alleged victims don't leave, why they continue to stay, or even just that fear of leaving in general. So I think that they did a good job explaining it. It's all about how the jury's kind of interpreting it, though, because I'm sure that's a question in their mind, as it's been kind of a question in a lot of viewers' minds too. So I think the government did a good job, but again, it's up to the jury to talk about, or excuse me, to deliberate on whether or not they kind of agree too.
Elizabeth, what are the flavors of the Mr. Softy truck behind you? I see they might have vanilla, they might have Oreo as well. Sorry, I got distracted. It's sorry, I see ice cream.
Told me there's a Mr. Softy truck behind me. I got excited.
If they played the music right now, we're doing great. Okay, we got a super chat question from Christina Lester. This is so kind, Christina. Please just tell Elizabeth how awesome it's been to watch her grow on this channel, so confident and beaming.
Oh, that is so sweet. Oh, that's so nice. Like, I know, truly the viewer support has just been so overwhelmingly nice. Like, I never know if you guys are going to like us or anything like that. So just the overwhelming support has truly been phenomenal. And we do look at a lot of your guys' comments. So I want to thank you all for watching, sticking with us being kind of your destination for all things Diddy and all things Diddy trial. So we love you all here at Long Crime.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We've got a question from Truman. Jesse, Elizabeth, a big thanks to you and all experts for your great job. Do you think the trial would give a reason for other celebrities to rethink their lifestyle? That's an interesting question.
That is a good question. That's a great question, actually. I think, a lot of celebrities might want to consider their actions. We're seeing just so many kind of court cases come about. When you go back to Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, we've seen civil complaints or civil lawsuits filed against legends like Smokey Robinson. Now we're seeing the Diddy trial. Because remember, Jesse, when we were first maybe take a little class or two just about their actions and how their actions definitely could have consequences. But we'll see if this is just the beginning or whether or not, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, other celebrities are going to be named. Like that wasn't even the case in this particular trial. It related to victim 1 and victim 2, that being Cassie and Jade.
There was that testimony from Jane, right, about this other rapper who had a girlfriend or a wife and they were part of the lifestyle. And like, I think the point was from the defense, you got somebody else who might be engaging in the same thing, right? Why is that person not being brought up on sex trafficking charges? So I thought that was interesting when you think about it. I did want to ask you this.
Yeah.
What is Diddy's vibe been like? You know, every time he's entered into the court, what does he look like? Does he seem nervous? Has he been taking notes? What is his interaction with attorneys? You know, any behavioral things you've taken note of?
I've definitely been noticing he's been reading a lot since the jury went back to start their deliberations. Because obviously when I'm outside here, everyone's outside kind of doing their live reports and stuff like that. Diddy's not inside the courtroom. He's going back to, I think, what it's considered to be a holding cell, where he even told his attorneys that he just wanted to take a couple books back. And so when we see him come out of the kind of where he's been held up at, and when kind of he sees some of his attorneys, he sees his family, he sees the entire courtroom in the gallery. I think one, he's happy to see his family. That's something that I've definitely been taking note of. But in terms of just his maybe possible nerves, they're not showing necessarily all over his face. But also, mind you, Jesse, that it's likely that the defendant is reading these jury notes, these jury messages before we're even learning what they actually contain, because the lawyers, they get these messages first from the jury, so that way they can work everything out, they can think about their arguments, all of that stuff. So I'm sure if there was any type of questions that had concern for the defense, he's probably hearing about that in probably a private holding cell, probably digesting it then. And then when he comes out, sees the rest of us, he's probably, putting on a strong face, especially for his family. I don't think he's putting on a strong face for us in the press, but I think as far as the support system goes, he's not going to show, to my what I'm seeing inside the courtroom, kind of show any type of wavering in terms of just looking mad or looking annoyed or looking mad or concerned or any of that sort. So it's pretty hard to read him at this point, but I'm sure a lot's going through his mind, especially as more and more questions keep coming out. Yeah.
Let's talk about that real quick. When I was reading that the jurors had asked for Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions, freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex hotel incident with Ventura, what jumped out to you about that? What do you think the jurors are trying to get a little bit more information about?
Well, it's interesting, Jesse, because I think if you think about the first question, it kind of had to do with RICO conspiracy. And now they're asking kind of things that pertain to sex trafficking. And I think in part two, to count two that's been alleged in the indictment. And so I think there are specific questions about Cassie in the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie at Cannes. I know I always mispronounce it. And then the events that immediately followed afterwards. And plus Cassie's testimony in regards to the interaction with Daniel Phillip at a freak off at her apartment, plus the Essex hotel incident with Cassie and Daniel Phillip. I think their questions are very specific. And it's interesting too, Jesse, because I was sitting by one of the reporters inside, and I was going back through my notes, even from just closing arguments. And the prosecution pointed out these specific instances in their closing argument. The Intercontinental Hotel that had happened in March 5th of 2016. They showed an exhibit photo of Cassie at the Cannes Film Festival. And then they even specifically talked about a particular freak-off where Sean Combs had punched Cassie and then kind of forced her to do a freak-off even after being physically violent with her. And so I'm wondering, a lot of people are talking about testimony and how far back it goes, but it seems like the jury really kind of took heed to the closing argument. And I think what's also interesting too, Jesse, is the whole Instagram post that's also going to go back to the jury too, something that's still on Cassie Ventura's Instagram page even to this day, just in regards to the outpouring of support that she had gotten after the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video was released by CNN just last year, where she said in part, "Thank you all for the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those that I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now." But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue, and she capitalizes THE issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. So that's just in part of what the message reads. But it's also interesting because the defense pointed out the specific IG message. So it really seems like the jury really kind of took in what was said in the closing arguments. And now it seems like they'll be getting kind of the testimony from the few days before, the few days after, and they're going to get this Instagram post too that's going to be sent back with them. So it's interesting that the questions, a specific question too.
Yeah, they're definitely considering the evidence after all these hours. I think the deliberation is going to last quite some time, and it's very hard to gauge where the juries are, where the jurors are right now, what they might be thinking. By the way, the ice cream music did hit as well. I couldn't have planned that better. All right.
Oh, you heard it. Good.
Oh, I heard it. All right. Before I let you go, we got a super chat question. We got a super chat question from Augusto USA. Thank you so much. Hello, Elizabeth. I would like to know if Sean Combs has VIP treatment at his cell. Thank you. You guys rock. Congratulations. So sweet. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I think in terms of in his cell, I think he's getting the treatment that a lot of other defendants are getting. You know, I don't want to make any assumptions because obviously I haven't seen his cell or anything like that, but I don't know if he's necessarily getting VIP treatment as much so as he's just kind of being treated like any other possibly high profile defendant.
All right. So Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. I know you have to head back into court. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you later.
Yes. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let's continue the conversation. Back here with Safa, back here with Tyler. We're going to have a lot more questions coming in. So, Safa, Heidi Hawking asks, how does the jury decide on a four-person?
Well, usually, and it depends. If it's in state court, it's usually the person that is juror number one, and the way that they're seated by the judge. In federal court, they will have a conversation and designate a conversation amongst themselves and designate who the four-person is going to be.
Yeah, and is that's a daunting job, right, Tyler? I mean, do they feel like they have to be the mediator? They have to lead everybody in the right conversation. I wonder if every day they say, okay, our objective today is to go through counts 3 and 5. Our objective today is to go through racketeering. What role do they typically play in this?
So the thing that's interesting, there's no syllabus for being a four-person. The judge declares that you're the four-person, and then you pretty much take leadership with that role, how you see fit. I mean, a good four-person really helps drive what they're going to be considering, drives the conversation, make sure everybody's heard, and then we'll continue to move the deliberations along. It's always been a dream of mine. I wish I could be a juror. I doubt anybody would ever select me to serve on the jury, but it's a four-person. It serves a specific role in really being a leader in the jury deliberation rooms.
I got a bunch of super chat questions coming in. Awesome super chat questions. Awesome questions in general. Safa, this is from Black Sigma. Thank you so much. This is fair. Okay. Why was Cowboys for Angels not indicted or prosecuted as a criminal enterprise? Remember, this is the service that provided alleged sex workers in this case, male performers in this case. Why is Diddy the only one being charged in this racketeering conspiracy case? Why was Cowboys for Angels not indicted or prosecuted?
Excellent question. Honestly, that's a question that I myself have personally had with respect to this case. When we typically see RICO cases, we normally see a number of defendants. You can see anywhere from 2 to 15 to 20. It just depends. But I find it interesting, and this was a prosecutorial decision not to indict this company. I don't know why the answer to that is. Only they would know. But it is definitely a question that has come into my mind. If they are providing these alleged sex workers and receiving payment for these individuals' time and things of that nature, why have they not been charged as a part of this enterprise? I think it's a very great question.
And by the way, in the jury instructions, one of the things they were told is there were witnesses that weren't called. There were people who weren't called as witnesses. AKA, Christina Quorum. It wasn't mentioned specifically in the jury instructions, but you can't use that to infer anything. So, but look, jurors are human beings. They might be wondering why other people were in charge. Look, that was what the defense said. They said he's the only one charged in this. Well, who are the other co-conspirators? So it's interesting to think about that, or maybe Cowboys for Angels. Okay, super chat question for you, Tyler. This is from Jose Talavera. Thank you so much, Jose. Pretending thousands of people are not watching this, okay? In your personal opinion, is he guilty or not guilty?
Great question. I mean, when I'm on this show, I'm talking my personal opinion. I can care less about how many people are watching, but I think he's guilty of the charge that he's been accused of committing. If you look through the jury charges, if you read the actual statute, look at the verdict sheet, I think it's pretty hard not to convict him for at least the Mann Act violation. RICO, I think the way the jury verdict sheet looks, it's pretty hard not to even convict him for RICO, because this RICO conspiracy, the judge described what a conspiracy is, and then you have 10 predicate crimes that you can choose from beneath that. So it's really hard, I think, for Mr. Combs to walk on this. And I personally feel that everybody's innocent to proven guilty, but the videos and the evidence and the testimony, it's kind of hard to ignore that.
Yeah, I've always said that I feel the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, if you look at the facts, look at the evidence and the testimony in this case, particularly now that the jurors, through jury instructions, they don't even have to accept that the men that were transported or allegedly transported, they didn't have to be sex workers. They don't have to be prostitutes. They're just, if there were completed sex acts, you get there. I mean, through the text messages, the audio messages, the Amex receipts, the testimony, it put Diddy at the center of it. And I think it's going to be very, very hard to make the argument that he didn't know this was illegal or he didn't know what was going on. So I think he's probably going to get convicted of those. Racketeering, toss-up. Sex trafficking, probably stronger with Cassie than there is with Jane. We shall see. Natalie Mejia has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Not even a question. Wow. Jesse and Elizabeth for president, vice president 2028. Well, first of all, that's very kind. Second of all, wow, really? That's where we're at? I mean, stranger things, but no, if that's who we're looking at, we got some more serious problems. But hey, this is not the politics show. This is a way to get out of politics a little bit. All right. Got a super chat comment from Katie. Excellent reporting and discussions, Jesse. I always notice when you aren't here. That's very sweet. How do you think Combs is handling deliberations? Will KK be charged immediately if he's found guilty? Safa, look, I don't think necessarily she's going to be even a part of this case. I don't even think, or charged afterward. There is a question why she wasn't called as a witness. There is a question about what she needed when they have all of her text messages and you have so much testimony about her. I think he's probably very nervous right now. There's a difference between being charged, waiting for trial, or how nervous are they when you now come to the main question? Will I be found guilty? And if I am found guilty, the likelihood of a successful appeal where the conviction could be overturned or my sentence could be overturned is not high. So there's everything at stake here. His whole life can change in any minute.
His entire life is at stake. And during the verdict watch process, everybody's on pins and needles. The defendant is, myself, or we as attorneys, we're all so nervous. The moment we hear that there's a note from the jury, everyone's stomach drops because we don't know if it's going to be a question or if it's going to be a verdict. So it is a very highly critical time right now, and everybody's nervous and everybody's on the edge of their seats. And you're right, Jesse, to your point, this moment is truly going to define what the rest of Mr. Combs' life looks like. And the likelihood of his conviction being overturned on appeal is probably not going to be likely unless there was some error that was done during the proceedings or by this lower court as it goes up on appeal to the Second Circuit, and ultimately wherever it may land after that.
Got a super chat question. Oh, we have Sierra Gillespie with us. Sierra, hi, good to see you. You're back. Okay, so Sierra, let's jump into the conversation. I want you to feel a part of this. And by the way, I'm sorry they didn't want you to be president or vice president, but I think that you are a part of this. And I think you are a part of this administration. Whatever role you
I
want.
want to be in the cabinet.
You want to be in the cabinet? Secretary of State. How about that? Secretary of Defense while we're at
please.
it. All right. We got a question.
Why not?
From Charles Menifee. Thank you so much, Charles. Did you cover the RICO? Did you cover the R. Kelly case? Because I get this question all the time. How does this case, this RICO case, differ from R. Kelly's case?
I did cover R. Kelly, actually, Jesse. If we wind the clock back 3 years ago, this very week is the first time I met Jesse Weber in person. I have it on my calendar. I got to mark it because it was a monumental day for me. Actually, it was my first time I met any of my law and crime coworkers because I was here in Manhattan. Actually, it was in Brooklyn, excuse me. It was in Brooklyn for the sentencing of R. Kelly. So I was there and I did cover it a bit. And I do remember when P. Diddy, even before he got indicted, when we first had these civil allegations, a lot of people were comparing the two. And I think they are similar in a way. There are definitely the differences between the two. How are we here? I mean, we heard Barrett in the last hour talking about, why it makes sense, the RICO charges here. And I tend to agree with her that it makes sense the reason that he's facing these charges. But I mean, I don't want to say R. Kelly walked so that P. Diddy could run in terms of the prosecution side of things. I'm not going to say that at all, even though I technically just did. I mean, there are big differences here. I don't know. I guess we can compare and contrast.
Well, we got her. We got.
It's not raining though.
I'm looking up straight up to the blue sky. I see it. That's it.
Lawyers usually come on here, right?
Yeah, lately they've been going up front end.
Yeah.
Told yesterday, late in the meeting yesterday. But normally prosecution goes up this way, and then some of the attorneys up this way.
It's better to be here. We got so many photos of mom coming out.
Parents, their mom and kids both go.
The kids never came back, so it's just the mom.
They left for lunch.
They left for lunch, the kid never came back. That's true. Alright, thanks.
Yeah, this is possible.
Yeah.
Maybe by tomorrow.
I'm loving this breeze. Yo, Skylar.
That's an L.
Danny, I would like actually rather live in Guantanamo Bay than have a slave right now. I'm dying. Please stop going. No, I feel like yeah. We're trying to be skinny for the 4th of July.
It kind of looks like it might. Yes.
literally nothing. I just bring a raincoat. Who are you then?
Until 10 p.m. I think weather was said it's not accurate.
But it was accurate. I call it inaccurate weather. Listen.
Oh yeah.
Let's look at Fox weather. Yeah, call Sherry. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be really bad. That's a light. What should I tweet with him? Should I go to so I can like go get stuff to practice. Right? The beat. Diddy trail the storm chasers. There's gonna be a funnel over there. Stage left. Girl, where? Yeah, here. Well, I'm in Times Square. Not ideal. But I girl, come stay over. It is small, but it's full. Look at Garth's bag. It's a 10-minute walk away.
I think I'm good. See what he needs.
I'll just never forget his initial Barney Frank's death. Never see that. Good. Before Trump, this is like Trump was saying, it was like Barney Frank looked, I memorized it. Barney Frank looked disgusting. Nipples protruding in front of him in Congress. So very, very disrespectful. And then he put a picture up of him. He was like, I just kind of felt so funny.
Huh? They're back. Oh my God, I'm dead when I called Danny. Okay, ready, left. Also, this is a travesty. Like, who painted that? Hey, like, I get it. Even if you don't like him, like, that. I understand why he doesn't why he likes to see himself to be in the White House. Right. Let's see. Nope. I technically. I'm not checking you away. I'm just saying, get out of here. No, I actually. But no, we can know. I'm like, what is he gonna cry? What's going on? Is it blur?
That would be thunder.
And we are in cage metal. I might run into wrong.
The top of the building, yes.
In the president. I might wrote my travel version.
I don't believe it. No, a
My
kid just
English-
got hit like a couple storms ago in Central Park.
Yeah, Central Park.
No, did.
He did.
No, not
No.
mine. A kid. 15-year-old.
He did. He got struck.
But probably.
I did have an English professor in college. She was closing her French doors and she got like struck. And she was a big gambler.
She gambled that day.
No, but ever since she got struck and she hit the slot, she won every single time. And never wondering if it had to do because it does change your like electromagnetic whatever.
Yes, I've heard that.
She won millions of bucks. I'm like, yo, why are you teaching here?
So my also understanding is lightning doesn't really travel through the sky. It really comes from the ground.
It touches the ground.
Now this person was in Central Park. This kid got hit. So who knows what name? Must be here. Not too bad because I feel like Central Park is big away. But I mean, what's really underground Central Park? It's a preserved natural landmark. Here it's subway and God knows what else. And who knows how below ground it goes there.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? I'm not complaining. Wait, I'm actually digging. I'm gonna shelter sky.
No, I'm good. I got this. Here, thank you. It's good to see the Trump tents are coming back in handy because we're gonna have actual tents at the Trump trial. And then we tried to get clever and build
couldn't have tents?
Couldn't have tents.
Like easy up tents?
Secret Service wouldn't allow it.
Why? Because you were hiding something on
Well, that I think that's what they were fearful of. Yes. And then some people tried to get clever and build like there's things called silks or scrims that help block the sun. So we tried to build those, and then they were like, "Oh, take those down."
Imagine they're like, I don't want to pursue this anymore.
What's that?
What if there's a juror that's like, I don't want to be here anymore? Wouldn't you start all over? Theoretically. Imagine, you know what? I'm out. I want to go somewhere for the 4th of July. I don't want to do this anymore. Why else would you be sad? What? It could be so. Poor Stefano. Go find shelter. What are you doing?
Where is he?
He's like walking around smiling.
He's just loving life. Give him your rosary bead. He'll be happy.
I will hold on.
Oh, there he is. I see him.
What? Soaking wet and smiling.
Right at him. There you go. Him and Danny are hiding. They found shelter.
No.
Did I just do that right?
No.
Okay. I was accidentally snooping on her phone and I saw a word I didn't want to see right now. That would have extended our day.
We data miner for Diddy subordinate. Swear to God. Fox business.
Trail, we're looking at you now. Yes.
Huh? It's Reuters. The wire. Wait, it's torn. Wait, look.
I love that that's all.
Thank you. Wait, so then they can't call it yet, right? Awesome. So, but like, if they have a verdict on certain counts, but not others, what does that mean? That they can't.
how? Well, what's going on?
These guys are just shut off. He's the fucking idiot. He didn't put it in the bag. And all right, what's going on with you?
I might have to move to the market.
You have a verdict.
Yeah.
What is it?
Don't know.
Where do you have to go?
I go to the practice camp, but I have like I did the Jackery, the live view, all that over there.
Right. I need to know what's going on with that live story.
Go take care of him.
So I'm not sure what just happened, but they're yelling. So some of the counts have been. All right. Some of the counts have been. So we're waiting. I'm not inside. I'm actually outside.
So this is gonna take a second, all right?
No, I got it.
Shop now at nightandayherbals.com and enjoy 35% off all our herbal CBD products. Automatically applied at checkout.